LoveLore Library. Chapter 492. Compared to Li Xuan, Gunya is a trustworthy imperial doctor. Yao Moan looked at the letter in her hands and changed the topic. This crown prince has already secretly mobilized the imperial guards. If anything happens tomorrow, the entire imperial city will be under this crown prince's control. Ever since I returned to the capital, other than that one time I met with Imperial Father in the Imperial Study, this Crown Prince hasn't had a chance to get close to Imperial Father. Yao Moan, with your intelligence, what do you think Imperial Father's weakness could fall into Wu Ming's hands? Was he poisoned? Or was he threatened? Yao Moan was surprised by Chu Mabei's question. In her opinion, Chu Mabei's intelligence was definitely not lower than her own. In reality, if he calmed down and thought about it, he might be able to see some clues. Unfortunately, he was too worried. Yao Moan was slightly shocked. Too worried. That's right. She finally understood why Yi Junqing hadn't been able to recognize her twice. The answer will be revealed tomorrow. Your Highness, don't worry. Wu Ming and the King of Shu are sworn brothers. Right now, he just wants to use the King of Shu. He probably won't do anything that goes back on his word, comforted Yao Moan. I hope so. If anything happens to Imperial Father, this Crown Prince will definitely drag Wu Ming out, tear him to pieces, and grind his bones to dust. As Chu Mabei spoke, his hands clenched into fists. His eyes were as cold as a lake. Even if nothing happens to the King of Shu, does your Highness plan on letting him go? Yao Moan felt that Chu Mabei wasn't a forgiving person. Then I'll just tear him to pieces. There's no need to grind his bones to dust, thought Chu Mabei. Yao Moan was speechless. 3 black lines appeared on her forehead and the corners of her lips twitched. Yao Moan practically didn't sleep the entire night. After 3 in the morning, there were palace maids who dressed Yao Moan up. In front of the bronze mirror, Yao Moan looked at the peerless beauty in the mirror and the jeweled wedding dress. She felt a bit disappointed. Nyang nyang, Prince he left. Just as Yao Moan was in a daze, Tingyu rushed in with Yi Junqing's letter in her hands. Moan, forgive Junqing for not being able to accompany you to the end. Junqing believes that even without Junqing, you will still be able to put on a brilliant performance. Han Jini is a responsible person. If you are together with him, not only this prince, I believe that even Ma Xin in the underworld will definitely be pleased. Yi Junqing. Your Highness, what do you mean? Was he just going to abandon the Empress and leave like that? How infuriating. Why doesn't Wang Yi understand Nyang Nyang's intentions? Ting Yu's voice was filled with a heavy sobbing tone. The makeup she had just done was smeared to look like a kitten. It's not his fault. I was the one who let go first. Don't cry. When the bride comes in later, I thought you would be reluctant to part with me. Yao Moan didn't know why she was laughing. Perhaps her heart was empty and her tears had dried up. But even though there was only a layer of skin left, Yao Moan's heart still ached terribly. It hurt so much that she wanted to dig out her heart and gently comfort it. Nyang nyang. Tingyu looked at her mistress with heartache, but she didn't know what to say to make her mistress feel better. Yin Shui, are you ready? Yao Moan took a deep breath, then called out softly. Master, don't worry. Yin Shui definitely won't let you down. Yin Shui's voice resounded through the air. Time passed second by second. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. In the end, Yao Mo Wan was escorted into the golden embroidered phoenix palanquin by the palace maids amidst the loud shouts of the ceremonial official. The wedding hall was set up in the throne room. On the way, gongs and drums filled the air and firecrackers exploded. LoveLore Library. Paired with the colorful silk that was strewn all over the palace, the atmosphere was very festive. Inside the palanquin, Yao Moen indifferently leaned against the back of the chair, completely unaffected by the atmosphere outside. Her clear eyes were like stagnant water without any ripples. She never expected that she and Yi Junqing would part ways at a time like this. The only thing she could do for Yi Junqing now was eliminate Nameless. In front of the throne room, Chu Mabe was dressed in red wedding clothes. His black hair was pinned up with a golden hairpin with a dragon engraved on it. The rising sun shone down on him like fragments of gold, making him seem even more mesmerizing. At this time, the ceremonial official called out and the palanquin bearers got off the palanquin. Chu Mabe walked forward according to the etiquette. When he lifted the curtain with a golden pole, he saw a smooth and tender hand slowly stretch out. Her jade-like fingers, paired with the cardamom-colored nail polish, made one's imagination run wild. This was probably the first time Chu Mabe had observed Yao Moen's hand in such detail. At that time, he really felt uncomfortable just looking at it. Your Highness the Crown Prince. At the side, Huangfu Juanxiu, who was dressed splendidly, saw Chu Mabe's strange expression and called out in a small voice. Ahem. Chu Mabe felt like he had taken the wrong medicine. He was actually mesmerized by Yao Moen's hand. Without saying anything, Chu Mabe reached out and pulled Yao Moen out of the palanquin. The two of them walked into the throne room arm in arm. When they saw a pair of newlyweds walk in, everyone in the throne room looked towards Yao Moen and Chu Mabe. When they reached the center, the ceremonial official shouted, "First bow to heaven and earth." Yao Moen and Chu Mabe both turned around and bowed. Climbing a mountain of blades and descending into a sea of flames is nothing more than this, murmured Chu Mabe. The meaning behind his words was that marrying Yao Moen to heaven and earth was no different from going to hell. After this bow, Moen will survive no matter how vile the environment is in the future, said Yao Moen indifferently. Why? You couldn't have fallen in love with this crown prince, right? Chu Mabe lifted his brows and looked towards Yao Moen. Moen really can't think of anything in this world that's more torturous than marrying His Highness the Crown Prince. Although Yao Moen wasn't in a good mood, she never suffered a loss with her words. When Chu Mabe heard this, he couldn't help but raise his brows. Second bow to your majesty, continued the ceremonial official. At this time, Thousand-Faced King was sitting upright on the dragon throne with Chu Shi's mask on his face. His deep eyes fell on the pair and his lips curved into a smile. Husband and wife bow to each other. Actually, if you had a tenth of Ma Xin's intelligence, this crown prince would really consider marrying you, said Chu Mabe in a low voice. Intelligence. Yao Moen lifted her brows. Conscience. That was what Chu Mabe thought. It seems like Moen needs to be a bit worse, just in case. Under the wedding veil, Yao Moen's lips curved bitterly. At that time, she did have a conscience, but unfortunately, she lost her life. Chu Mabe laughed at himself. He clearly knew that Yao Moen wouldn't say anything good, but he still took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Lift off the wedding veil. According to Great Shu etiquette, the bride and groom didn't directly enter the bridal chamber after the wedding. Instead, they toasted to the elders and honored guests. At this time, a palace maid walked over with a tray with a golden rod on it. Chu Mabe picked up the golden rod and slowly lifted off the wedding veil on Yao Moen's head. When the wedding veil fell to the ground, Chu Mabe was shocked. What a beautiful bride. Under the phoenix coronet, Yao Moen's face was covered in makeup. Charcoal brushed her brows, her lips were red, and her teeth were white. Even Tian Chi's saintess couldn't compare. Chu Mabe was even more shocked than when he first saw her. His heart actually stopped for a moment. You don't recognize her anymore? Reminded Yao Moen in a low voice when she saw Chu Mabe standing there in a daze. She's so ugly. She scared this crown prince to death," said Chu Mabe as he came back to his senses. "The ceremony is complete. Toast." Following the ceremonial official's shout, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air outside the throne room. The atmosphere inside the room was also festive. Chu Mabe and Yao Moen picked up the fruit wine that had been prepared on both sides and walked towards the dragon throne. Chapter 493. In order not to arouse suspicion, Yao Moen didn't say much after toasting Chu Mabe. Instead, she moved to the seats where the monarchs were seated. Moen has long heard of Emperor Zhou's great name. Now that I've seen you today, you truly don't live up to your reputation. Yao Moen held a luminous cup in her hand as she walked over to Zhou Xian. Her starry eyes shone with a mysterious light. Cough cough. Empress Chu is now Great Shu's crown prince consort. From now on, the husband and wife will follow each other's wishes. There's no need to bother with other people's business. Zhou Xian saw that Yao Moen had no intention of toasting him, so he slammed the cup back onto the table. He only knew that during the battle in Ji province, he'd only sent out 300,000 troops, but in just a few days, Qi Xia's allied forces had already surrounded them. In the end, he didn't gain any advantage in Ji province and even lost 4 cities for nothing. Because of this, he almost fell ill and died. All of this was thanks to Yao Moen. If it weren't for the orders from above, he really would have hacked Yao Moen to death to vent his anger. Who do you think you are? Since when did Moen have the right to criticize Moen's actions? Zhou Xian, this consort usually doesn't hold grudges, but when I do, it's very scary. Yao Moen moved closer to Zhou Xian, the smile in her eyes deepening. Yao Moen. Zhou Xian was the monarch of a country after all. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He was about to collapse when Yao Moen pressed down on his shoulder. This is Great Shu. Even if Prince Zhou doesn't care about your own face, you should still give King Shu some face. Yao Moen probed. Humph. If we want to kill you, no one can stop us. Zhou Xian ignored Yao Moen's words. When he was about to get up, Chu Mabe stopped him. It's rare for Prince Zhou to personally attend this crown prince's wedding. Mabe toasts to you. When Chu Mabe raised his cup, a cold light shot out of his deep eyes. No matter how arrogant Zhou Xian was, he couldn't compete with Chu Mabe's innate domineering aura of a king. Thus, under Chu Mabe's cold gaze, Zhou Xian resentfully drank his cup and no longer looked at Yao Moen. Why did you provoke Zhou Xian? Aren't you afraid of alerting the enemy? Chu Mabe left his seat and looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. At that time, Zhou Ao had mobilized 1/3 of the Great Zhou's military forces to attack Ji province, which undoubtedly meant that he had already formed an alliance with Nameless. You saw it for yourself just now. He wasn't even willing to give in to the king of Shu. What does that mean? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Chu Mabe and asked in a low voice. It means that father has been controlled by John Doe. Just now, this crown prince wanted to talk to Imperial Father, but Imperial Father didn't move at all. He didn't even give this crown prince any hints. This doesn't make sense. Even if Imperial Father doesn't say anything, he should at least give me a look. Chu Mabe's eyes were filled with worry. Ahem, if Moen says that the person isn't the king of Shu at all, then wouldn't that make a lot more sense? Yao Moen noticed that the expressions of the disguised death soldiers were a bit strange, so she revealed the entire situation. Yao Moen, what did you say? You said. Just as Chu Mabe was in shock, he heard the masked death soldiers on the table to the left start foaming at the mouth. The other Shu officials also fainted. Now isn't the time to be conflicted. We still have to continue acting. As Yao Moen spoke, her body collapsed weakly onto the floor. Almost at the same time, Chu Mabe also collapsed weakly next to Yao Moen. Why did this crown prince really get hit by the bone-softening powder? Yao Moen, how are you? When he realized that he had been hit by the bone-softening powder, Chu Mabe was shocked. He had already made a thorough plan. Could it be that he had made a mistake? How could this be? Someone come. Someone come quickly. Yao Moen ignored Chu Mabe and shouted with difficulty. Yao Moen. No matter how much you shout, no one will come to save you. At this moment, Zhou Kuang, who had just been angered by Yao Moen, walked over with his fat belly. Zhou Kuang. What on earth is going on? King Qi. King Xia. King Lulan. Supreme Lord Han. Han Yu. Yao Moen's brows were tightly knitted. When she turned to look at the dead death soldiers lying on the table, she felt extremely guilty. John Doe was a wily old fox. If she wasn't careful, he would see through her. So she had no choice but to sacrifice these people in exchange for John Doe's trust. Stop shouting. They're all dead. Yao Moen. Didn't you say that you hold grudges? Let me tell you. We also hold grudges. You made us lose 4 cities, so we will cut you into 8 pieces. Zhou Kuang's eyes had long since turned red from anger. He immediately pulled out his dagger and stabbed at Yao Moen. At almost the same time, Chu Mabe used all his strength to get in front of Yao Moen and suddenly attacked. Blood trickled down from Zhou Kuang's dagger and dyed Chu Mabe's originally bright red wedding clothes red. Chu Mabe. You. Yao Moen looked at Chu Mabe's injured left arm in shock. She didn't expect Chu Mabe to be injured. Zhou Kuang. This is Great Shu, don't be too impudent. Chu Mabe glared angrily at Zhou Kuang. It was true that he didn't like Yao Moen, but he couldn't watch as she was stabbed to death in front of his eyes. Later, when Yao Moen brought up this matter, Chu Mabe only said that as an opponent worthy of his attention, Yao Moen could only die in his hands. Great Shu. Ha! Chu Mabe, open your eyes and take a look. The one sitting on the dragon throne really is your old man. As Zhou Yun harumphed coldly, the thousand-faced assassin had already walked down from the dragon throne and was walking step by step towards Chu Mabe. Everyone says that Great Shu's crown prince is wise and far-sighted, but thousand-faced assassin doesn't think that's all there is to it. You can't even recognize your own old man. You really aren't just a normal level of trash. As the thousand-faced assassin spoke, he tore off the skin on his face, revealing a face without eyebrows. Imperial Father. What did you guys do to Imperial Father? Chu Mabe's brows furrowed as he struggled to prop himself up to grab the thousand-faced assassin. Unfortunately, his body was so weak that it felt like it had no bones. With a light push from the thousand-faced assassin, Chu Mabe fell to the ground. His injured left arm rubbed against the ground, causing blood to gush out. Can't even withstand a single blow. TSK, this face is of the highest quality. Zhou Wang, lend me your dagger. The thousand-faced assassin took the dagger from Zhou Kuang's hand with a sinister expression and pointed the tip at Chu Mabe. Thousand-faced assassin. You dare. A lowly dog like you isn't even fit to carry Chu Mabe's shoes. Call Nameless out. At the side, Yao Moen abruptly stood in front of Chu Mabe. Her limpid eyes stared straight at the thousand-faced assassin, completely unafraid of the sharp dagger that was right in front of her. You dare call this commandant a dog? You! Just as the thousand-faced assassin raised the dagger, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Stop! Seeing that it was Nameless, the thousand-faced assassin threw away the dagger and retreated to the side. Commandant Nameless, you promised to let us deal with Yao Moen. You can't go back on your word, reminded Zhou Kuang. Zhou Wang, don't worry. Nameless will keep his word. When Nameless nodded, he was already standing in front of Yao Moen. Meiji followed behind him in a luxurious dress. Nameless, you're so despicable. Imperial Father treated you as a sworn brother in vain. How could you do such an ungrateful thing? Chu Mabe ignored the knife wound on his arm and clenched his fists. Nephew Mabe, if this commandant didn't care about our brotherhood, why would I spare your life? Don't worry, your Imperial Father is fine. He's currently locked up in a stone room. This commandant will bring you to see him in a moment. Compared to when they first met, most of Nameless' alternating black and white hair had turned black. His complexion was rosy and his skin was firm and radiant. He looked like he was in the prime of his life, but in reality, he was already past 60. Nameless, what a great scheme. Actually, the bride in this entire scene could have been any random passerby. Why are you so fixated on this consort? The moment Nameless appeared, Yao Moen's apprehensive heart finally calmed down. All this planning hadn't gone to waste. Because this commandant dotes on you. Great Shu's Crown Prince Consort, that's a title that countless women yearn for. Nameless smiled brightly. Chapter 494. Nameless, you've gone too far this time. You've offended Qi, Xia, Lulan, Nanxiang, and even 10,000 Emperor City. Do you think your Iron Blood army can defend against the allied army? Yao Moen looked coldly at Nameless. Dote on her. Alright then. Let's see how I'll feel the pain later. Wrong, wrong, wrong. The one who offended these countries isn't the Iron Blood army, it's Great Shu. Right now, apart from the two of you, the rest of the people in the throne room are either dead or unconscious. The people outside are also under my control, so no one knows that I was here before. Naturally, no one will believe that I was the one who framed you. Wu Ming said matter-of-factly. Nameless. You're despicable. Chu Mabe gritted his teeth and roared. No, this isn't despicable, this is called strategy. Isn't there a saying in the art of war that all is fair in war? There's nothing wrong with this old man's actions. Nameless explained patiently. Nameless, you're just trying to start a war between the 7 countries. It's just Great Chu's internal strife. Is there a need to make such a big commotion? Or do you have a bigger goal? Yao Moen probed. Little girl, you're still too inexperienced if you want to get information out of this captain. Someone, take them away. Clean this place up. Nameless sneered and waved his hand. Wait. Yao Moen suddenly stood up and gracefully stood in front of Nameless. You're not poisoned. Nameless was shocked when he saw Yao Moen stand up effortlessly. It's already very obvious, isn't it? Yao Moen shrugged and said resentfully. Preposterous. Meiji, tie her up. Nameless glared at her angrily, but before he could finish, he heard a bang behind him. When he turned around, he saw Meiji, the 1,000 Faces, and Zhou Kai had all fallen unconscious. You drugged them. Nameless knew with a glance that the 3 of them were drugged, but when he turned around, he felt his head grow heavy. Old thing. You think you're powerful just because you have the bone-softening powder. Speak, what's your goal? Don't tell Moen that you want the 7 countries to fall into chaos because you don't want them to care about Great Chu's internal strife. This reason is too far-fetched, Moen won't believe it. Put it another way. Yao Moen coldly looked towards Nameless, then reached out to pick up the dagger that 1,000-Faced had dropped. Her lips curled into a cold smile. At this moment, Chu Mabe was also extremely shocked. Yao Moen actually hadn't been hit by the soft bone powder. What did this mean? What did it mean? Fuck, I was actually tricked by her. Lass, I've underestimated you. Kill me if you want. Great winds and great waves had come, but in the end, the boat had capsized here. Even in his dreams, Wu Ming had never imagined that he would fall into Yao Mo Wan's hands. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Looks like you don't want to say it. Wu Ming, I don't want your life because you let me go once. But, you should at least leave something behind. Yao Moen brandished the dagger in an imposing manner, her eyes glancing towards Nameless' crotch. Hey! Yao Moen, you can't be too vulgar. Nameless felt his limbs go weak and he staggered backwards. Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't say it, Moen has even more vulgar methods. As Yao Moen spoke, she abruptly raised her dagger and cut open Nameless' outer robe. Yao Mo Wan. Don't go too far. Nameless' face was deathly pale. The so-called youth rejuvenation was also a kind of virginity technique. If it was gone, then what was the difference between that and crippling his martial arts? Too far. You have the nerve to say the word too far. If it wasn't for this consort's incredible foresight, Qi Wang and the others would have already died in your hands. Compared to everything you've done, no matter what Moen does, it wouldn't be too far. Speak, what exactly is your goal? Or were you instructed by someone else? Yao Moen's voice was as cold as an awl. You. What do you mean? Feng Yihan and the others didn't die. Then these. Nameless was flabbergasted and looked towards Yao Moen in annoyance. You have 1,000 faces, so can't this consort have ice heart? Forget it, this consort has always been pure and I really can't bring myself to do this kind of thing. How about this consort will strip you naked and parade you through the streets, then announce your crimes to the world. Afterwards, this consort will send you to Great Xia, Great Qi, Lulan, Nanxiang, and finally 10,000 Emperor City. The golden tree there is almost out of fertilizer. I just don't know how many parts you'll have left when you reach 10,000 Emperor City. Yao Moen. You're despicable and shameless. You're utterly heartless. Nameless was in complete despair. If the people on the table weren't Feng Yihan and the others, then what was the point of everything he did? The most hateful thing was that it was fine if he failed on the verge of success, but he just had to fall into Yao Moen's hands. If she really paraded him through the streets, how would he have the face to continue living in this world? When he thought of this, Nameless wanted to bite his tongue and commit suicide, but the effects of the drug were too strong. He didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. Just as Yin Shui was about to tie Nameless up, the doors of the throne room suddenly opened and two figures, one black and one white, floated over. They were clearly moving very slowly, but in the blink of an eye, the two figures had already arrived. Yao Moen didn't even have time to see clearly before she heard two screams. Time seemed to stop at this moment. When Yao Moen woke up, Nameless, Mei Ji, and 1,000 faces were already gone. In front of her, Yin Shui was crawling on the ground, clutching her chest with one hand as she coughed up blood. Meanwhile, she was in Han Genie's embrace. Warm liquid was dripping onto the back of her hand. It was a ghastly sight. After that, Chu Mabe took Gunye's antidote and handed the situation over to Huangfu Juanxiu. Then he rushed to the stone room as fast as he could. Yin Shui was also carried to the Imperial Hospital for treatment. Yao Moen stayed on Han Genie's bed the entire time, not sleeping for 2 days and 2 nights. The night was as dark as ink. Occasionally, a breeze blew past and the leaves rustled. Inside the room, Yao Moen used a warm stone to continuously rub Han Genie's palm. Didn't you already leave? Why did you come back? Yao Moan's tears streamed down her face as she looked at the deathly pale Han Genie on the bed. Gunya said that Han Genie had suffered a very strange internal injury and her body would become cold. Only by using the warm stone could her lungs not be frozen. He also said that if that palm had landed on her body, it was possible that she would have turned into ashes. Gunya said that he wasn't exaggerating, so Yao Moan believed him. She had seen Han Genie's martial arts before. Just one palm was enough to take half of Han Genie's life. If it had been her, it wouldn't have been impossible for her to turn into ashes. Yao Moan, come out for a bit. This crown prince has something to talk to you about. Chu Mabe originally wanted to pursue the matter of Yao Moan tricking him into ingesting the soft bone powder, but in this kind of situation, it was better to go along with this woman. Yao Moan was speechless. Yao Moan slowly placed Han Genie's hand back on the brocade quilt and placed the warm stone by the bed. Her limpid eyes reluctantly moved away from Han Genie's body. In the late autumn night, there was a unique feeling of loneliness and desolation that came with the wind. Inside the pavilion, Chu Mabe looked at the haggard expression on Yao Moan's face and suddenly felt an indescribable feeling of discomfort. It was as if his heart was being held in someone else's hands. This kind of uncontrollable feeling made Chu Mabe feel somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Yin Shui has suffered a very serious internal injury. She won't be able to use martial arts for at least a month, said Chu Mabe indifferently. His voice was surprisingly gentle. It was only one move. They only used one move and Genie and Yin Shui were already injured to this extent. Just who are they? Yao Moan's shapely brows were tightly knitted. Under the moonlight, her eyes were as cold as ice. It's hard to say. This crown prince was also present at the time. I'm ashamed that this crown prince didn't even clearly see how they injured Yin Shui and Han Genie. From this, it can be seen that these two people's martial arts are definitely above Nameless. Chu Mabe deliberately ignored the indescribable feeling in his heart and spoke solemnly. Is King Shu well? Yao Moan took a deep breath. When she turned her eyes, she shockingly saw the white muslin wrapped around Chu Mabe's left shoulder. This crown prince has also asked Imperial Father. Other than knowing that Nameless is a military officer of the Iron Blood Corps and that he has ambitions to dominate the 7 countries, this crown prince knows nothing else. Chu Mabe didn't think that Yao Moan would care about his imperial father, so he naturally understood the meaning behind her words. Actually, Your Highness Crown Prince shouldn't have saved me. If Moan had died, Han Genie and Yin Shui wouldn't have been implicated. Yao Moan's lips curved bitterly and her eyes dimmed. If you had died, this crown prince would very likely have the bad reputation of being a wife killer. At that time, this crown prince might not be able to marry again. Chu Mabe laughed heartily, his eyes curving into crescents. Ha! It's rare that Your Highness Crown Prince can still joke at a time like this. Where's Shokai? Moan wants to see him. Those who have enmity with me, I will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Those who have helped me, I will protect them with my life. This was Yao Moan's motto. Now that Yin Shui and Han Genie had been heavily injured because of her, if she let this matter go, then she wouldn't be surnamed Yao. You think that Zhou Yun would know? Chu Mabe disapproved. If Nameless had brains, then he wouldn't tell such an important matter to that idiot, said Yao Moan coldly. Then what's the point of looking for him? Chu Mabe looked towards Yao Moan suspiciously. When he saw the ruthlessness in her eyes, he couldn't help but worry about Zhou Kai's fate. Moan wants him to know that even if Moan can't chop him into pieces, Moan still has ways to make him feel pain. At this moment, the anger that had accumulated in Yao Moan's heart surged like a flood. What she needed to do the most right now was to vent her anger. This crown prince will arrange it right away. Chu Mabe understood Yao Moan's intentions and said indifferently. In the depths of the pitch-black forest, in an abandoned temple hall, a dim light flickered like a ghost fire. Nameless was trembling as he knelt on the ground. Meiji and Thousand Faces were still unconscious on both sides. Unable to accomplish anything, but more than capable of ruining things. Nameless, you can't shirk the responsibility for failing at the last step this time. Huan Luo's delicate voice was cold and her eyes were as cold as a blade. Nameless knows his crime. Even though Nameless was already 60 years old and was a captain of the Iron Blood Corps, he still didn't dare to raise his head due to the pressure of the two people in front of him. His body trembled like a maple leaf. Why did you fail? The voice that sounded like the spring rain of Jiangnan seemed to be able to make people forget all their worries and calm their hearts in intoxication. However, Nameless' heart was trembling. He really wasn't in the mood to listen carefully. Yao Moan, it was Yao Moan who ruined Nameless' plans. Not only did she expose Thousand Faces, she also, even spared the monarchs of the various countries. At this moment, Nameless hated Yao Moan to the bone. If Yao Moan was right in front of him, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to grab her neck and snap it. If I knew that Yao Moan couldn't be allowed to live, said Huan Luo meaningfully. Return to the underground palace and wait for further instructions. Kanglin's voice was cold. Before he finished speaking, he had already left the temple hall. Nameless, remember this. If you fail again next time, bear the consequences yourself. Huan Luo hastily warned him when she saw Kanglin leave, then turned to chase after him. On the ground, Nameless choked and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Only when he could no longer feel the invisible pressure in the air did he raise his eyes and let out a long breath. Yao Moan. This old man isn't done with you. Don't you hear me if I'm not done? Nameless pointed at the sky and roared. In the dark and damp prison cell, a torch was suddenly lit. Accompanied by the crackling sound of oil, it was like hell. Who are you? Let us out. You guys dare to tie us up here. You're simply lawless. If you don't let us go, Great Zhou will definitely send troops to save us. Let go. The iron chains clanked. In the center of the prison cell, a man with a belly full of fat and intestines was tied to a torture rack as he roared loudly. Not necessarily, right? Does Emperor Wu of Zhou really think that those good-for-nothings of the Great Zhou imperial family would send troops to Great Shu for your lowly life? Would they? A gloomy voice drifted over. Yao Moan walked in like an Azura from hell. Under the light of the fire, that beautiful face was covered in frost. Chapter 495. It's you. Yao Mo Wan. You bastard. Hurry and release Shen. When Yao Moan saw Zhou Yun's furious expression, she suddenly thought that if Zhou Yun was stripped naked and thrown onto the streets, he would probably be no different from a normal person. The words "true dragon son of heaven" really didn't fit him. Prince Zhou must be joking. It wasn't easy for you to fall into this consort's hands. Do you think this consort will let you go so easily? Yao Mo Wan smiled coldly as she walked in front of Zhou Yun. Her slender fingers slowly picked up the red-hot piece of metal in the brazier on the left. What do you want to do? Chu Mabe. You're just going to let her do whatever she wants. This is Great Shu, not Great Chu, you said it yourself. Zhou Yun's eyes widened and he swallowed hard. He looked towards Chu Mabe, who had followed Yao Moan in as if he was pleading for help. At this moment, Chu Mabe was leaning against the bars of the prison cell with his arms crossed. Oh. So Emperor Zhou also knows that this is Great Shu. That Emperor Wu of Zhou should also know that the woman standing in front of you is the crown princess that this crown prince has just married. As long as it's within the borders of Great Shu, this crown prince will take responsibility for whatever she does. Chu Mabe smiled coldly as he looked towards Zhou Yun. The serene eyes on that devilish face caused Zhou Yun's heart to sink into despair. Yao Imo Wan, you can't act recklessly. We are still the monarch of a country. Zhou Yun swallowed hard as he looked towards Yao Mo Wan. Act recklessly. Compared to acting recklessly, Moan isn't even 1/10,000th of Prince Zhou. Prince Zhou actually dared to injure Great Shu's crown prince in Great Shu's throne room and insult the king of Shu. Just this point alone is something Moan can never compare to. Yao Mo Wan waved the scarlet piece of metal in her hand as her clear eyes surged with killing intent. At the side, Chu Mabe's lips twitched. She, Yao Mo Wan, had also used soft bone powder to knock out this crown prince of Great Shu in Great Shu's throne room. If they were to really compare, Zhou Yun might not necessarily be more arrogant than Yao Mo Wan. That's because... Zhou Yun started to speak incoherently when he saw that the piece of metal was so close to him that his chest was burning. Because you have Wu Ming supporting you. Then I would like to ask Prince Zhou, now that you are in prison, where is Nameless? The piece of metal in Yao Moan's hand accidentally touched Zhou Lan's dragon robe. With a sizzling sound, a burnt mark appeared on the dragon robe. Stop. Wasn't John Doe captured by you? Zhou Bao's forehead was dripping with sweat, and his face was purple. Are you kidding me? Do you think John Doe is as stupid as you? He had never considered the possibility of failure for such a big conspiracy. Ha! Senior Commandant Wu Ming had already left a way out for himself. However, what I don't understand is that since Wu Ming had a backup plan and secretly arranged for people to rescue him, and even the thousand-faced assassin and Lady Mei were kidnapped from the throne room, why didn't he spare a thought for you, Prince Zhou? It seems like in Nameless eyes, the great Emperor Wu of Zhou is not as valuable as his subordinates. As Yao Moan spoke, she waved her hand slightly and there was another sizzling sound. Zhou Bao immediately howled like a pig being slaughtered. At the side, Chu Mabe lifted his brows. He originally thought that Yao Moan was just putting on an act to scare Zhou Bao. He didn't think that Yao Moan would actually make a move. However, even if Yao Moan didn't make a move, he still wouldn't let Zhou Bao go. Zhou Bao was the first person in this world who dared to hurt him. It hurts. It hurts so much. Yao Moan. You lunatic. Zhou Yun grimaced in pain and his eyes were bloodshot. Yao Moan sneered, then moved the piece of metal away and looked coldly at Zhou Bao. Zhou Bao, you owe Chu Mabe. Moan will get it back for His Highness the Crown Prince. Don't worry, in Moan's eyes, you are still the ruler of a country. Moan won't take your life. But... Yao Moan's words changed, causing all the hairs on Zhou Bao's body to stand on end. Ah, there was another mournful howl and another burn mark appeared on Zhou Bao's body. This is what you owe Ji Province. This consort hates people who hit people when they're down the most. Because of you, Ji Province has been attacked from all sides and how many soldiers have died. You didn't suffer unjustly this time. Yao Moan's gaze gradually grew colder and colder, causing Zhou Yun's heart to tremble. Ah! Without waiting for Zhou Bao to speak, Yao Moan once again smacked Zhou Bao's body, then threw the piece of metal into the charcoal basin. Who was it for this time? At the side, Chu Mabe leisurely lifted his brows and asked on Zhou Bao's behalf. Han Genie, said Yao Moan coldly. Then she restrained the anger in her eyes and leisurely glanced at Zhou Bao, whose face was twisted. Speak, what benefits did Nameless give you that you're willing to use the entire Great Zhou as a wager? Yao Moan felt tired, so she pulled a chair from the side and sat in front of Zhou Bao. She rested her slender arms on the back of the chair, looking very relaxed. Yao Moan. You actually dare to torture us. You won't have a good death. Zhou Bao was in so much pain that his body spasmed and his eyes were completely red. Then let Moan guess. According to what Moan knows, Emperor Wu of Zhou has a half-brother who has extremely high prestige in Great Zhou. He holds military power and his merits are enough to shake the Lord. Originally, as long as that person made a rallying cry, the Great Zhou dynasty would change in a matter of minutes. But coincidentally, at this critical juncture, this extremely prestigious Mu King Zhou Ming suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. Why do you think this is? Yao Moan raised her brows as she looked coldly at Zhou Ming. You. What do you want to say? Zhou Bao endured the pain and looked towards Yao Moan. What Moan wants to say is that asking a tiger for its skin will only lead to digging one's own grave. Zhou Bao, do you believe that as long as you don't return to Great Zhou in half a month, the one sitting on the Great Zhou dragon throne will definitely be Zhou Ming? Perhaps it won't even take half a month. Yao Moan smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes like ice. Impossible. Nameless already killed him, how could he possibly ascend to the throne? Zhou Bao hurriedly revealed the truth. Humph. This consort just knew that Nameless must have something on you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so obedient to him. However, how could you defeat Nameless with your intelligence? Do you really believe that Zhou Ming is already dead? Yao Moan let out a long sigh and slowly got up. He's definitely dead. Now that things had reached this point, there was no need for Zhou Bao to hide anything. Prince Zhou, you're truly silly and adorable. Nameless wouldn't kill Zhou Ming. He would only imprison Zhou Ming and then tell Zhou Ming that everything was instigated by you. Once Prince Zhou loses power, Nameless will naturally support the Reverend King. At that time, Great Zhou will still be under his control. Yao Moan analyzed calmly. Impossible. That's impossible. Zhou Bao had already forgotten the pain in his body. His eyes were filled with panic. If Zhou Ming ascended to the throne, the first thing he would do would be to kill him. Moan, let me give Prince Zhou a word of advice. In this world, nothing is impossible. Yao Moan glanced at Zhou Bao, then turned and walked out of the prison. Even after Yao Moan and Chu Maobei had walked far away, Zhou Bao's voice still lingered in his ears. Yao Moan. Come back. We are willing to agree to any of your conditions. Let us go back. After leaving the prison, Yao Moan and Chu Maobei walked back to the imperial palace. The moonlight was like water, and the night was quiet and beautiful. Chu Maobei hesitated for a moment before voicing his doubts. Zhou Bao had clearly already spoken. Why didn't you continue talking with him? Chu Maobei felt that in that situation, even if Yao Moan wanted Zhou Bao to give up half of Great Zhou, Zhou Bao wouldn't even bat an eye. This is how Moan thanks Your Highness Crown Prince for saving my life. Yao Moan's voice was like water, like a clear mountain spring, pleasant to the ears. You'd be willing to give this Crown Prince such an advantage? Chu Maobei expressed his doubt in his shock. Has Moan's position in Your Highness Crown Prince's heart really fallen to this extent? Yao Moan glanced towards Chu Maobei, her lips curling into a faint smile. Even the full moon in the sky couldn't compare to Yao Moan's alluring smile. Chu Maobei was stunned once again, speechless. Chapter 496. It wasn't until Yao Moan called him that Chu Maobei came back to his senses. Compared to Yao Moxin, she really is a bit lacking. Chu Maobei laughed, the strange feeling in his heart growing stronger. Your Highness seems to have deep feelings for my elder sister. Although Yao Moan said this, she didn't think much of it. When she and Yi Junqing had gone to Great Shu, this fellow had teased her quite a bit. At the time, she had thought that the Crown Prince of Great Shu was as wise and far-sighted as everyone praised him to be. Who would have thought that he would do something as despicable as writing love letters and gifting pearls? So at the time, Yao Moan had only thought that Chu Mabe was teasing her every day. Because of this, Yao Moan's impression of Chu Mabe had never been good. That was a long time ago. Yao Moan, do you believe that if Yao Moshin had been willing to give this crown prince even the slightest response back then, this crown prince would be your brother-in-law right now? Chu Mabe smiled bitterly. He had only fallen in love at first sight once in his life, but the moon had shone down on a ditch. At that time, eldest sister's heart was only for one person. Yao Moan's heart shook for a moment before she replied with a bitter smile. Are you sure that's a person? Chu Mabe's voice contained a hint of anger. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since Yin Shui still has a month before she can get out of bed, Moan can only stay for a few more days. I wonder if your highness can make an exception. Yao Moan felt a bit helpless. If there was a second path, she really wouldn't want to stay in Great Shu. Facing this Chu Mabe that she wanted to strangle even in her dreams every day was still a psychological barrier. Even now, she didn't seem to hate this person that much. Perhaps Moshin is right. Chu Moshin had once told him that as long as he stayed with Yao Moan for a long time, he would definitely discover how good she was. At the time, Chu Mabe felt that even if they were tied together for 10,000 years, he would still turn into a stubborn rock and wouldn't nod at Yao Moan. Now it seemed that if he hadn't tried, he had no right to speak. Moshin. Does your highness mean to have Moan stay at Moshin's place? Yao Moan quickened her steps to catch up to Chu Mabe. You're the dignified crown princess of Great Shu. Why are you staying at little uncle's side garden? If word of this gets out, how am I supposed to show my face? Chu Mabe pretended to be angry as he walked forward. TSK. Flipping one's face faster than flipping a book. What kind of person was he? Yao Moan stood there and glared fiercely at Chu Mabe. Coincidentally, Chu Mabe just happened to turn around. Can you walk a little faster? Are you born in the year of the snail? Chu Mabe shouted coldly. When he turned around, his thin lips curled into a snicker. You're born in the year of the rhinoceros. Yao Moan silently cursed Chu Mabe as she rolled her eyes at him, making her dizzy. The wind rustled the leaves, and the birds in the forest flew up in fright. A white light flashed, and white silk fluttered in the forest like flowing water, blocking the black shadow floating in the air. Kanglin, what did I do wrong? Why are you so cold to me? Ever since they left the temple, Huan Luo had been chasing after Qi Kanglin. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could only maintain a certain distance from Kanglin. She knew that Kanglin didn't want to talk to her. If it weren't for Han Genie, Yao Moan would have died without a doubt. In the air, that unparalleled appearance had the capital to overturn the heavens and the earth. Even though her expression was solemn, she was still exceptionally beautiful. It's Yao Moan again. In your heart, Huan Luo can't compare to a lowly commoner. Huan Luo tapped her feet and landed on the branch. The white silk wrapped around her like a cloud. Huan Luo, who was as beautiful as a fairy, had a misty look in her eyes. If anyone in the world saw such a scene, they would definitely prostrate themselves in worship. Yao Moan isn't in this priest's heart. She's just a chess piece that can allow my Crimson Flame country to dominate. Huan Luo, this priest can suppress this matter this time, but if there's a next time, you'll have to return to Crimson Flame country and beg for forgiveness. Qi Kanglin couldn't remain indifferent when he saw the tears in Huan Luo's eyes. It was his sin to make such a beautiful woman cry. You swear that in your eyes, Yao Moan is no different from those lowly commoners? No matter how beautiful a woman was, there would always be times when she lacked confidence, just like Huan Luo right now. She boasted that her beauty was 100 times greater than Yao Moen's, but for some reason, from the moment she laid eyes on this woman, she couldn't find her confidence anymore. After the matter is over, those lowly commoners can live, but Yao Moen can't. Qi Kanglan's voice was cold and emotionless. There wasn't a trace of gentleness or emotion. Huan Luo could hear the purity in the man's voice, so she smiled. You're the one who said you had to remember your own words. Huan Luo smiled through her tears. Her smile could make all living things go crazy. Qi Kanglan was stunned for a moment as he looked at the beautiful scene in front of him. Even though they'd been together for 18 years, he was still shocked by Huan Luo's smile. Qi Kanglan subconsciously felt that him and Huan Luo walking together was as natural as the sky about to rain. But one day, Qi Kanglan discovered that he'd been divining other people's fates his entire life, but he couldn't untie the knot in his own fate. Yao Moen's disappearance made Chu Maobei extremely angry. If he wasn't short on manpower, he would have chopped up Yin Xiong and soul-severing 3 dreams and fed them to the pigs. Master, this subordinate searched the entire imperial palace but couldn't find any trace of the crown princess. Yin Xiong's face was filled with worry. He didn't want anything to happen to Yao Moen, not only because of Chu Maobei, but also because of Yin Shui. If Yin Shui woke up and didn't see Yao Moen, she would definitely blame him, her older brother, for not protecting her properly. He didn't want to lose the little sister he'd just gotten back. Replying Master, this subordinate also couldn't find the crown princess's whereabouts. When soul-severing 3 dreams first heard that Yao Moen had gone missing, they felt that this was definitely good news for their master. At the time, they often heard their master say that if Yao Moen disappeared from the face of the earth, he would definitely reduce his taxes for 3 years to appease the heavens. But looking at the current situation, if they still couldn't find Yao Moen, they wouldn't be far from meeting the king of hell. A bunch of trash. Search, search, search. Go search for this crown prince. Chu Maobei smashed the teacup in his hand and roared. Yes. Soul-severing 3 dreams felt that this wasn't a good place to stay for long, so they immediately left the crown prince's residence. At the side, Yin Xiong hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Your Highness, this subordinate heard Imperial Physician Gu tell the Crown Princess this morning that if you want Han Genie to wake up, you'll need a certain medicinal herb. Yin Xiong suddenly realized that what he was doing wasn't very sincere. It was like he was selling out Gunya. What medicinal herb? Asked Chu Maobei. Penglai's 7 leaves, said Yin Xiong decisively. That damned Gunya. Chu Maobei was shocked when he heard this. His voice was filled with sinister killing intent. Without waiting for Yin Xiong to explain, Chu Maobei had already gotten up and left the crown prince's residence, heading straight for the imperial mausoleum. The so-called Penglai's 7 leaves were tributes from other clans. There were 3 of them in total, and they were all first-rate medicinal herbs that were extremely precious. In all of Great Shu, only the soil on the eastern cliff of the imperial mausoleum could nourish them and grow. Thus, these 3 Penglai's 7 leaves were planted there. At the time, Gunya had only mentioned it, but he hadn't expected that Yao Moen would be moved. She had long since searched for the path. When Yin Xiong saw Chu Maobei run out, he naturally turned to follow. Unfortunately, Chu Maobei's qinggong was higher than Yin Xiong's, and Chu Maobei was also worried about Yao Moen's safety, so he had long since disappeared. Yin Xiong thought that the imperial mausoleum was too big. If he went alone, he might not necessarily run into his master, so he turned to look for soul-severing 3 dreams. Chapter 497. The golden crow fell from the west and the jade rabbit rose from the east. The rustling autumn wind brushed past. Yao Mo Wan immediately shivered and couldn't help but tighten her collar. Careless. If she had known that the imperial tomb was this big, she would have begged Chu Mabe to come with her. Actually, Yao Moan had wanted to ask Chu Mabe for the Pinglai's 7 leaves, but Gunya said that it was extremely rare and precious. It was a peerless treasure that couldn't be found anywhere else. Because of this, Yao Moan didn't dare guarantee that Chu Mabe wouldn't be so generous, so she came to get it herself. Actually, she had made ample preparations, but the timing was off. Yao Mo Wan thought that it would only take a day to come and go, but she didn't expect that it would already be evening and she didn't even see the shadow of the Pinglai's 7 leaves. Just as Yao Mo Wan was feeling disappointed and frustrated, several green lights suddenly flashed faintly not far away. Then, there was a wave of wolf howls. Yao Mo Wan choked and slowly crouched down. She silently chanted, "Invisible, don't see me, don't see me." At this time, the wolves were unwilling. Do you think Laozi's face is made of glass beads? Ao, Ao, Ao. Yao Mo Wan saw more than 10 wolves running towards Yao Mo Wan with their saliva flying in the air. Yao Mo Wan only felt that the world had darkened. Her life was about to come to an end. In such a desperate time, Yao Mo Wan still didn't forget to run for her life. Being able to take another breath of this pure air was also a life treasure. Unfortunately, no matter how much Yao Mo Wan ran, she couldn't compare to the speed of their 4 legs. Seeing that the leader of the wolves was about to drag her down, Yao Mo Wan wanted to cry but had no tears. She had never thought that she would die like this. Just as Yao Mo Wan was about to cry, she suddenly felt the world spin around her. By the time Yao Mo Wan reacted, she had already fallen into a 3-zhang deep pit. What made her extremely miserable was that there was a shiny beast trap in the pit and at this moment, the beast trap was hanging on her leg. Ah, it hurts. Yao Mo Wan really started crying. Her tears flowed out like 2 wide rivers and the wolves surrounding her all ran away. Eat! Come down and eat me. A bunch of trash, idiots. Why are you chasing me? I'm so thin, how could I be enough for you guys? Damn Chu Mabe, if you weren't so petty, Laozi wouldn't have come here myself. It hurts. Yao Moan roared in anger as she used her hands to fiercely pry open the beast trap. There's a saying that goes, a broken house suffers continuous rain, a leaky ship also suffers head-on wind. Yao Mo Wan felt that this was the most tragic moment since she'd reincarnated. She watched as a dark green snake flicked its forked tongue towards her, itching to attack. Let's go all out. Yao Mo Wan felt that she couldn't just sit and wait for death. Even if she died, she couldn't let this snake escape unscathed. This wasn't her style. Thus, before the snake was ready, Yao Mo Wan had already lifted the leg that was caught in the beast trap and kicked it fiercely, taking the initiative to attack. The result was without a doubt that the snake was safe and sound and swaggered away. However, there were 2 deep teeth marks on Yao Moan's feet. It was most likely a venomous snake, and a highly venomous one at that. When Yao Moan felt her head grow dizzy, she realized this. Yao Mo Wan. Are you alright? A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Yao Mo Wan struggled to look in the direction of the voice. Her heart shattered. The heavens were truly cruel to her. After being chased by a wild wolf, having her leg caught in a beast trap, and being kissed by a venomous snake, at the moment of her death, she actually saw the face that she hated the most in her life. Were they complaining that she wasn't dying fast enough? Time passed second by second. Yao Mo Wan gradually regained consciousness. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a certain bastard opening his bloody mouth and moving closer to her. You're looking for a beating. In the blink of an eye, Yao Mo Wan's uppercut hit Chu Mabe's lower jaw, causing him to see stars. Yao Mo Wan. Did you get a crazy snake disease? Why are you hitting this crown prince? Chu Mabe held his lower jaw tightly. When he closed his mouth, he accidentally bit his tongue. How could the word pain describe it? Chu Mabe, why are you here? Yao Mo Wan thought that this was a dream, but when she saw Chu Mabe looking at her with a sinister expression, she finally understood. When she lowered her eyes, the beast trap on her leg had already disappeared and was replaced with white silk. You saved me. That's right. I was bitten by a snake. Yao Mo Wan suddenly thought of something and immediately lifted her long skirt. Using the moonlight, Yao Mo Wan could clearly see that the snake's teeth had become much fainter. You sucked out the snake poison for me. Yao Mo Wan looked towards Chu Mabe. No. Chu Mabe rubbed his lower jaw and said resentfully. It's all right, if it wasn't this crown prince, was it you? Would you even be able to get it? Chu Mabe said hatefully. Yao Mo Wan fell silent when she heard this. Now she knew why Chu Mabe had opened his bloody mouth. Cough cough, why are you here? After staying silent for a long time, Yao Mo Wan felt that she had to find this topic. Otherwise, it would be too awkward. You're still asking. If you want the Penglai 7 leaves, just tell this crown prince. Why did you run over yourself? Do you have the ability? Do you? Whenever he thought of Yao Mo Wan's pale face and dry lips, Chu Mabe became angry from the bottom of his heart. Would you give it to me if I told you? Yao Mo Wan didn't think much of it. It's hard to say for others, but for you, this crown prince won't be stingy. Chu Mabe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sat down. Are you sure? Yao Mo Wan lifted her brows in doubt. Of course. You're the crown prince's consort. As long as Great Shu has it, you can take whatever you want. This crown prince doesn't want to hear rumors of this crown prince being stingy to spread. Chu Mabe glanced at Yao Mo Wan and his heart calmed down for a long time. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if he had come a step later. Spread it to who? Me. Yao Mo Wan understood the meaning behind Chu Mabe's words and questioned him. Chu Mabe lifted his brows. His meaning was very clear. Don't joke around. This consort still has this bit of integrity. You and I both know that it was just an act. Mo Wan swears that she won't use the identity in the play to threaten you, so don't worry, said Yao Mo Wan seriously. Only a ghost would believe that. Chu Mabe glanced at Yao Mo Wan with a smile. He leaned against the wall and crossed his arms behind his head as he faced the sky. For some reason, the starry sky tonight was especially brilliant. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. In any case, Mo Wan has her own principles. Oh right, didn't you really want Mo Wan to die? Why did you save me? Also, you promised Mo Wan the Penglai 7 leaves, and... Yao Mo Wan saw that Chu Mabe was looking at the sky and didn't seem to have any intention of striking up a conversation with her, so she started to mutter to herself. At dawn, just as Yao Mo Wan was about to fall asleep, she suddenly felt her body being lifted. When she opened her eyes, she was already on Chu Mabe's back. What are you doing? Yao Mo Wan wanted to struggle, but to her surprise, Chu Mabe obediently placed her on the ground. If you want to stay here, that's no problem. Chu Mabe shrugged and waited for Yao Mo Wan's reply. You want to carry me and jump up? Is that possible? Yao Mo Wan lifted her head to look at the 3 zhang deep pit. When she recalled the scene from last night, it still felt like a crow had flown over her head. If we hadn't waited for that pack of wolves to leave, we would already be in the Crown Prince's residence, explained Chu Mabe. Yao Mo Wan hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she still climbed onto Chu Mabe's back. Hold on tight. If you fall to your death, don't blame this crown prince for not warning you. Chu Mabe raised his brows and deliberately exaggerated. Yao Mo-wan felt that in this kind of situation, saving her life was the most sensible choice, so she didn't hesitate to wrap her arms around Chu Mabe's neck and lock them tightly together. When Yao Mo-wan's warm breath landed on his face, Chu Mabe's heart inexplicably beat wildly. This feeling was the same as when he first met Yao Mo-axian many years ago. He couldn't control himself. Chapter 498. Moen is too heavy, asked Yao Moen when she saw that Chu Mabe wasn't moving. You're so fat yet you still eat so much. As Great Shu's crown prince consort, you have to pay attention to your image. Chu Mabe didn't mean what he said. In reality, he felt that Yao Moen was too skinny and didn't seem to weigh anything on his back. Perhaps he should give this woman some nourishment. Firstly, this consort wanted to eat more last night, but unfortunately, I didn't get the chance. Secondly, the Crown Prince Consort's page has already passed, so I'll have to trouble your highness to speak cautiously. Thirdly, if you don't have the strength, just say it. There's no need to use this consort's weight as an excuse, I understand. Before Yao Moen could finish her sentence, Chu Mabe had already jumped out of the pit. All right. Put this consort down. Yao Moen felt her mood lighten up as her vision cleared up. Can you walk on your feet? Chu Mabe practically didn't ask for Yao Moen's consent and just carried her down the mountain. Hey! We're going back just like that. Where's this consort's Penglai's 7 leaves? Chu Mabe, you wouldn't be going back on your word, right? Yao Moen panicked when she saw that Chu Mabe had no intention of going up the mountain. Don't worry, this crown prince definitely won't go back on what I've promised you. Chu Mabe's lips curved into a smile. Just as he was about to continue walking, his vision blurred. Master! Yin Xiong and soul-splitting trio Dreams rushed over at almost the same time. Yin Xiong, you really came at the right time. Hurry and pick the Penglai's 7 leaves for this consort. Your crown prince agreed, hurry and go. Yao Moen urged anxiously, afraid that Chu Mabe would suddenly change his mind. Master, are you alright? Yin Xiong originally wanted to ask Chu Mabe, but when he saw that Chu Mabe's face was pale and his eyes were hazy, he asked worriedly. I'm fine. Chu Mabe didn't even give Yao Moen any time to prepare before falling to the ground. The pain in her foot suddenly came. Yao Moen was about to complain about Chu Mabe when she saw that he was already unconscious. Master! Yin Xiong and soul-splitting trio Dreams were shocked and immediately rushed over. This is bad, Master has been poisoned. I'll leave the Crown Prince consort to you. After taking Chu Mabe's pulse, Yin Xiong picked him up without another word and headed straight for the Crown Prince's residence. He couldn't have been pretending, right? Yao Moen remembered that Chu Mabe had been full of energy just a moment ago, so how did he suddenly get poisoned? Don't tell me he got it when he was drugging me. If that's the case, then I'll owe him a huge favor. Due to Yao Mo-wan's current identity, the soul-severing 3 Dreams really couldn't do anything to her. Otherwise, based on Yao Mo-wan's rude words, they would have long since beaten Yao Mo-wan up. Yao Moen's guess was confirmed when she returned to the Crown Prince residence. According to Gunya, Chu Mabe had been poisoned last night, and it was a lethal poison. If he had been an hour late, even a deity wouldn't have been able to save him. Then when will he wake up? Yao Moen leaned on her walking stick, her eyes filled with guilt. At least 5 days, at most 10 days. Don't worry, Crown Prince consort. This subject has already given the Crown Prince a 100-herb pill. Based on his current condition, there's no danger to his life, reported Gunya. That's good. What about Han Genie? How is he now? Yao Moen felt that after this incident, Yin Xiong and the others might not necessarily help her get the Penglai 7 leaves. Supreme Lord Han has woken up. Gunya said with a straight face. Woke up? When did this happen? Yao Moen looked towards Gunya in shock, her eyes filled with doubt. Didn't they say that only the Penglai 7 leaves could cure Han Jin's illness? Yao Moen suddenly became suspicious of Gunya's words. Last night, Lord Qiao from 10,000 Emperor City came and even brought a 7-leaf pill for Supreme Lord Han to eat, so Supreme Lord Han woke up this morning. That 7-leaf pill was made from the Penglai 7 leaves. Gunya naturally saw the doubt in Yao Moen's eyes and explained. Then this consort will go take a look. With you guys here, he will be fine, right? Yao Moen glanced at Chu Mabe, who was as handsome as snow on the bed. She had an indescribable feeling in her heart. If it was in the past, Yao Moen felt that she would laugh even in her dreams, but now, besides feeling guilty, she also couldn't bear it. When they reached the fork in the back garden, Yao Moen was just about to turn around when she saw 2 palace maids walking over. Little Han Wang is so pitiful. He hasn't eaten for 3 days, right? Said the first palace maid as she held a tray. Isn't that right? I heard that after His Highness the Crown Prince's wedding, the little prince has always locked himself in his room and doesn't even want to see His Majesty. As a matter of fact, the emperor was at his wit's end, so he sent someone to send the little austere prince to the Crown Prince's mansion, hoping that the Crown Prince would persuade the little austere prince. Now that the Crown Prince is also sick, there's no one to care about the little austere prince. If this continues, the little austere prince will starve to death. Where is little Han Wang? Yao Moen's sudden appearance blocked the 2 palace maids who were frowning in worry. Servants kowtow in salute to Crown Prince Consort. Seeing that it was Yao Moen, the 2 palace maids immediately saluted respectfully. There's no need. Give the tray to Ben Gong and tell Ben Gong which room little Han Wang is staying in. Yao Moen's voice gradually became urgent, her brows filled with worry. Replying Crown Prince Consort, little Han Wang is in the first room on the left up ahead. The palace maids didn't dare to be negligent and immediately pointed. Speechless, Yao Moen took the tray and quickly left. Outside the door, Yao Moen lightly knocked twice, but didn't hear any response from inside. Ma Xin, I know you're inside. Open the door. Yao Moen said softly, her eyes occasionally glancing at the door. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, there was still no response from inside. Ma Xin, if you still don't open the door, I'm leaving. Once I leave, I don't know when I'll be able to see you again. Yao Moen pretended to sigh, but there was still no response from inside. Then I'm really leaving. Yao Moen carried the tray and had only taken 2 steps when she heard the door open with a creak. Yao Moen, Huangfu Juanxiu said that you and Imperial older brother were acting. Is that true? Chu Maxin stood at the door with a haggard expression. His eyes were red and swollen like peaches and his voice was unconcealable hoarseness. It was obvious that he had been crying for a long time. You're willing to open the door? Yao Moen's cherry lips curled up. She turned around, ignoring Chu Maxin blocking the door, and charged in. When Yao Moen placed the tray on the table and turned around, she saw that Chu Maxin was still standing at the door. Can you leave first? This prince doesn't want to see anyone right now, said Chu Maxin resentfully. Do you think that's possible? Yao Moen laughed, then turned around and sat down. Seeing that Yao Moen was being unreasonable, Chu Maxin hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he closed the door. Why aren't you eating? Yao Moen put the tray of food in front of Chu Maxin and asked suspiciously. It was Maxin who harmed Imperial father, harmed Imperial older brother, and almost caused you to die. This is all Maxin's fault. Chu Maxin pushed away the food like a child and smashed his fist fiercely on the table. Yao Moen's heart ached when she saw this. You think so? But Moen feels that the only one at fault in this entire matter is that old geezer Nameless. Everyone else is in the right. Yao Moen slowly sat down next to Chu Maxin and stroked his slightly messy hair. If Maxin wasn't so stupid that he couldn't even tell if Imperial Father was real or fake, then this wouldn't have happened, said Chu Maxin as tears welled up in his eyes. So that's what you're saying? Yao Moen laughed involuntarily. What's wrong with that? This prince is Imperial Father's son, yet this prince can't even tell if it's real or fake. This can only mean that this prince is usually careless, that this prince isn't worthy of being Imperial Father's son. Imperial Father should have hit me and scolded me. But Imperial Father didn't blame me. I'm an idiot. I'm even more of an idiot than you. Chu Maxin cried. Chapter 499. Alright, if you aren't worthy of being the king of Shu's son, then Chu Mabe isn't worthy either, because he didn't recognize you either. Chu Maxin immediately wiped away his tears and looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. Imperial brother didn't recognize me either. How is that possible? You lied to this prince. Chu Maxin pouted as tears flickered in his eyes. Why would Moen lie to you? From the moment we entered the capital until the day of the wedding, your imperial brother was still worried that the person on the throne might have been controlled by Nameless, poisoned, and used against. The only thing he didn't expect was that the person was in disguise and wasn't your imperial father at all. So strictly speaking, your imperial brother also made the same mistake as you. Yao Moen patted Chu Maxin's back as she comforted him. That can only mean that we're not Imperial Father's good sons. Chu Maxin dug his way into a dead end. It's the exact opposite. You're all good sons of King Shu. Because you care, you're confused. Because you care, you let down your guard and overlook the details. King Shu knows this, so he has no reason to blame you. He really doesn't have enough time to dote on you guys. Yao Moen patted Chu Maxin's shoulder as if to give him endless courage and comfort. Is what you said true? Chu Maxin blinked as he looked towards Yao Moen. When has Moen ever lied to you? Yao Moen smiled lightly as she pushed the food in front of Chu Maxin. When she looked up, she met Chu Maxin's disdainful gaze. Ahem, at least Moen guarantees that I definitely didn't lie to you this time. Yao Moen cleared her throat. She felt like Chu Maxin was being too serious. She was just saying it for the sake of the situation. Did he need to be so serious? Actually, if Imperial Brother is that good, you should consider it. Chu Maxin was really hungry and immediately stuffed himself with food. Then do you think Moen is good? Yao Moen asked in response. You don't have a good temper, you don't look very outstanding, you're two-faced, greedy, petty, and sinister. Other than these, you're not bad, said Chu Maxin as he ate. Then Moen, may I ask little prince, other than these, what else is there? Yao Moen raised her brows as she spoke. So it's your good fortune that Imperial Brother is willing to marry you, thought Chu Maxin. Ha, then Moen really doesn't know how fortunate she is. I almost forgot to tell you that your Imperial Brother has been poisoned and is currently unconscious. Yao Moen stood up leisurely, her voice cold. Cough cough cough. What did you say? Imperial older brother was poisoned. Cough cough cough. Yao Moen, help this prince pat him down. I choked. Just as Chu Maxin was coughing so hard his face and neck turned red, Yao Moen had already swaggered out. Yao Moen had just arrived at the door of Han Jinni's room when she heard a burst of childish sobbing coming from inside. Supremacy, that Yao Moen is a jinx ah. If you don't stay away from her, you will definitely be cursed to death by her. This old servant is begging you, follow this old servant back to Myriad Emperor City. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, they miss you, they miss you, they miss you so much that they can't even remember. They are all clamoring to leave. If you don't go back, there will be no one left in 10,000 Imperial City. Grandpa Chiao was dressed in a dazzling golden robe. He crawled on the side of the bed and tugged at Han Genie's arm as he begged bitterly. Injuring oneself to gain the confidence of this sovereign is useless. Hurry and let go. If other people see this, they will think that this sovereign has some sort of special fetish. Han Genie subconsciously wanted to shake off Grandpa Chiao, but his body hadn't completely recovered and he truly didn't have much strength left. Cough, since injuring oneself to gain the confidence of this sovereign doesn't work, then this old servant will offend you. Grandpa Chiao immediately stopped crying and solemnly stood up. His eyes were clear and calm. Although this sovereign is weak, with your martial arts, you might not be able to control this sovereign. Seeing that Grandpa Chiao was going to use force, Han Genie boasted. Supremacy's martial arts are unrivaled, this old servant is naturally far inferior to you. However, the 7-leaf pill that Supremacy just took contained elements of bone-softening powder, so... As Grandpa Chiao spoke, his eyes and brows were smiling, extremely vulgar. So this sovereign didn't eat it all. As Han Genie spoke, he opened his palm and a bright red pill shockingly appeared in Han Genie's hand. Supremacy. Why are you doing this all? She, Yaomo Wan, is already Great Shu's crown prince consort, what else do you plan to do all? Looking at that pill, Grandpa Chiao wanted to cry but had no tears. That was only an act. Han Genie's thin lips slightly pursed, his eyes overflowing with a faint splendor. When he found out the truth, Han Genie couldn't describe how happy he was. But how many people would know that it was an act? Right now, Yaomo Wan has many identities, Great Shu's Empress, Great Shu's Crown Prince Consort. Could it be that Supremacy still wants to give her the title of 10,000 Imperial City Lord's wife? Supremacy, there are many women in this world, why do you need to hang yourself on one tree, Yaomo Wan ah? Also, Yaomo Wan might not necessarily appreciate your kindness. Grandpa Chiao roared angrily, his eyes boundless anxiety. He felt that his master might have gone mad. Cough cough. Without waiting for Grandpa Chiao to finish speaking, Han Genie suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, followed by a fishy taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Supremacy. Supremacy, are you alright? Grandpa Chiao saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately stepped forward. Unfortunately, the moment Grandpa Chiao touched Han Genie, his conception and governing vessels were sealed by Han Genie. Supremacy. What are you doing? Grandpa Chiao looked towards Han Genie in shock. If I didn't seal your acupuncture points, how would this Supremacy dare to take the medicine? Han Genie's thin lips hooked up, then he put the 7-leaf pill in his hand into his mouth. Facing Grandpa Chiao, whose martial arts had been sealed, was like facing a 7 or 8-year-old child. Even if he was hit by the bone-softening powder, Han Genie still had nothing to fear. Supremacy. If you continue to stubbornly persist in going about things the wrong way, you'll definitely regret it. Grandpa Chiao was enraged and immediately turned around to leave. Han Genie glanced at Grandpa Chiao, only faintly smiled, then circulated his qi to treat his injuries. Inside the four-corner pavilion, Yaomo Wan subconsciously shivered and involuntarily tightened her arms. Her entire body curled up on the long bench in the pavilion, not saying a word. At that time, at the door, she really didn't dare to go in. Han Jini had suffered such heavy injuries because of her, and Grandpa Chiao was still angry. Yao Imo Wan didn't dare to guarantee that she wouldn't be chopped into 8 pieces by Grandpa Chiao if she went in. Admittedly, with Han Jini here, Grandpa Chiao didn't dare to act rashly, but he couldn't avoid the death of 1,000 cuts from Grandpa Chiao's eyes. Yao Imo Wan, this old man wants to talk to you. Just as Yao Imo Wan was feeling disappointed and frustrated, Grandpa Chiao already stood in front of her. Wasn't your martial arts sealed? How come you still don't make a sound when you walk? Yao Imo Wan had only just opened her mouth when she realized that she had said something wrong. So you were eavesdropping outside just now? That's easy. This old man doesn't want to talk nonsense with you. You know better than anyone how Supremacy Han was injured. If you still have the slightest bit of conscience, this old man asks you to convince Supremacy Han to return to 10,000 Emperor City. Grandpa Chiao went straight to the point. Mo Wan didn't even pull his leg. Yao Mo Wan really didn't like this Grandpa Chiao, who had the face of a 7 or 8-year-old child and still called himself this old man. In her impression, this little big figure in front of her had never given her a good attitude. But you've tied his heart. Yao Mo Wan, don't tell this old man that up until now, you still don't know how Supremacy feels about you. If he didn't like you, Supremacy wouldn't even blink an eye even if you died 100 times. Grandpa Chiao had always been straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. This put our Chu Empress and Shu Crown Princess, Yao Mo Wan, on the spot. This consort has already explained, and there are many people who are interested in this consort. It's not this consort's fault that this consort can't stop them. Yao Mo Wan didn't like Grandpa Chiao's current attitude of putting his hands on his hips. No matter what, she was someone with status. Chapter 500. Yao Moan. That's your explanation. So Honorable Lord saving you was just wishful thinking. Even if he died, he deserved it. Grandpa Chiao jumped onto the bench and looked down on Yao Moan. This consort didn't say that. Yao Moan felt slightly wronged. For Han Jini, she had even gone up the mountain to pick the Penglai's 7 leaves and almost lost her life. In her heart, Han Jini had never been an unimportant person. But that's what you meant. Yao Moan, you're too selfish. Just because you put on this show with you, many people lost their lives. Now Honorable Lord has come back to life, but Feng Han and the others. Grandpa Chiao blurted out in a fit of anger but stopped midway. Feng Han. Who are you talking about? What happened to them? Yao Moan's ears were also very sharp and immediately caught the main point. Nothing. In any case, if you have a conscience, then advise Honorable Lord to return to Myriad Emperor City. That way, Honorable Lord wouldn't have risked his life to save you in vain. Grandpa Chiao jumped off the bench and turned to leave. If Grandpa Chiao is willing to tell Moan what exactly happened, Moan will naturally have a way to invite Honorable Lord back to Myriad Emperor City. If Grandpa Chiao doesn't plan on telling the whole story, Moan will also beg Honorable Lord Han to accompany Moan to Great Chi. Yao Moan's voice was cold and her gaze was sharp. You! Grandpa Chiao turned and glared at Yao Moan. Moan feels that Grandpa Chiao has profited from this deal. Yao Moan's expression was solemn and her tone was firm. Fine, but this old man hopes that after you hear about this, you'll remember your promise. Grandpa Chiao finally compromised and slowly walked back to the pavilion. Yao Moan didn't speak and only listened closely behind Grandpa Chiao. This old man heard that King Chu, Yi Hongyi, treats you like a treasure and listens to everything you say. That's why your betrayal is definitely a fatal blow to him. Grandpa Chiao knew about Yao Moxin and also knew Yao Moan's determination to get revenge for her sister. However, from a certain perspective, Yi Hongyi treated Yao Moan pretty well. Get to the point, said Yao Moan coldly. This is the letter I received before I left Myriad Imperial City. Take a look. Lord Qiao hesitated for a moment before handing the letter over to Yao Moen. If you want to save Prince Qi Fengyihan, Prince Xia Di Feng, Prince Lulan Kubu Dan, and Princess Hanyue of Nanxiang, come to the Chu borders Green Peak Mountain within a month to see us, Yi Hongyi. How is this possible? How did they end up in Yi Hongyi's hands? There's no reason. Yao Moen's hand trembled uncontrollably as she stared at the letter in disbelief. Unconcealable panic appeared in her eyes. Love makes people crazy. For Yi Hongyi to capture the monarchs and princesses of 3 countries at this time, this is undoubtedly a declaration of war against the 4 countries. It's unwise, it's really unwise. It's clear that you, Yao Moen, are more important than the country in his heart, said Grandfather Qiao. Green Peak Mountain. That's a barren mountain. No one is mining it, so there's no reason for Yi Hongyi to be there. Lord Qiao, are you sure that this letter belongs to Yi Hongyi? Yao Moen's clear eyes were as deep as the sea. This old man doesn't dare be sure, and I can't bear this responsibility. This letter was delivered to Myriad Imperial City by someone. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. However, there's one thing, you don't recognize Yi Hongyi's handwriting. Lord Qiao hit the nail on the head. Yao Moen didn't speak and carefully studied the letter in her hands. There was one thing she was sure of, every single character on this letter was written by Yi Hongyi. Yao Moen, Honorable Lord, has just recovered from his heavy injuries and his body is still very weak. Therefore, no matter what your plan is, this old man hopes that your plan doesn't include Honorable Lord. Lord Qiao took a deep breath and turned to leave the pavilion. The current Yao Moen could be said to be a military advisor without an army. Even if she had a brilliant plan, there was no one to send her. Even so, could she let Fengyihan and the others suffer on Green Peak Mountain? This wasn't her, Yao Moen's, style. That night, under Lord Qiao's supervision, Yao Moen went to have a deep chat with Han Jini. If it wasn't for Chu Maobei last night, Moen might not have had the life to see Honorable Lord again. Yao Moen looked at Han Jini, who was drinking ginseng soup at the side, and said indifferently. It was because of the Penglai 7 leaves, Ben Zun heard. Han Jini nodded slightly and lowered his eyes to scoop up the ginseng porridge. His heart ached to the extreme. If Yao Moen had been fed to the wolves to save him, how regretful would he be? It was Moen who overestimated herself. Originally, she thought that she could control the entire situation, but she didn't expect that in the end, she failed at the last step. Before Yao Moen could finish, she heard Lord Qiao cough fiercely behind her. She caused Honorable Lord and Yin Shui to almost lose their lives. In reality, Honorable Lord shouldn't have come back, otherwise. Yao Moen understood Lord Qiao's meaning. He didn't want her to say anything about Yi Hongyi's letter. However, Lord Qiao wouldn't understand. Even if he didn't remind her, she would still keep her mouth shut. If she owed too many favors, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to repay them. Cough cough. Lord Qiao's warning came from behind her again. Moen has decided to stay and take care of Chu Maobei until he wakes up, I hope. Yao Moen sighed fiercely and continued. Cough cough. Lord Qiao coughed again. Yao Moen was furious. She abruptly stood up and glared at Lord Qiao, her eyes spitting fire. Her meaning was, you motherfucker, are you going to let me speak or not? This was an accident. Lord Qiao covered his mouth with both hands, his expression innocent. In the end, Han Jini unhesitatingly picked Lord Qiao up and threw him out of the room. Honorable Lord. Let this old servant in. Outside, Lord Qiao banged on the door with all his might. Moen awe. Ben Zun heard that molestation of young children has been especially prevalent in Great Shu's brothel recently. Is that true? Han Genie raised his brows towards Yao Moen. Of course. Right now, the price of a young child has been raised to 5,000 taels. Even if he's a bit cute, he's even more popular. Yao Moen deliberately raised her voice. You two can chat slowly. This old servant won't disturb you anymore. Outside, Lord Xiao practically sprinted away. If his acupuncture points weren't sealed, he really wouldn't be afraid of some young child. This was what Lord Xiao was thinking. In reality, Lord Xiao was also extremely sullen. Was he a young child? Was that so? Inside the room, Yao Moen took a deep breath. Without Lord Xiao here, even the air felt much fresher. You don't plan on returning to Guangning? Han Genie's fingers that were holding the soup spoon subconsciously tightened. Ever since he woke up, he hadn't seen Yi Junqing appear, so he was curious. Not in the short term. In any case, the food and drinks here are good. Moen is really enjoying herself to the point of forgetting home. Yao Moen suddenly felt her heart ache. She really wanted to send people to investigate Yi Junqing, but since she was going to believe him, shouldn't she believe him more thoroughly? This place is better than 10,000 Imperial City. Han Genie didn't think so. His deep eyes emitted a gentle light that was like moonlight as he invited her in a light voice. In Moen's eyes, there's already no place better than 10,000 Imperial City in this world. Even if Moen is old, I still have to ask Honorable Lord to take me in. Yao Moen looked towards Han Genie with eyes full of hope. Why do I have to wait until I'm old? Han Genie didn't understand. Because it's only suitable for people to drink brown rice porridge when they're old. Appropriate coarse food can prolong life. Moreover, people are especially insecure when they're old. 10,000 Imperial Cities gold is specially made to cure this illness. Yao Moen explained like this. In reality, even Yao Moen herself felt that these words didn't sound very good. If it was in the past, Han Genie would definitely use the worst words to refute Yao Moen and add comments like, ugly women are unreasonable, and water must have gotten into your brain. But now, after a moment of silence, Han Genie looked towards Yao Moen. Then it settled. Han Genie said indifferently and continued to drink the soup. Yao Moen originally thought that she would be baptized by a violent storm, but unexpectedly, Han Genie didn't even get a drop of rain. She immediately felt uncomfortable all over. Chapter 501. Tomorrow, Honorable Lord will return with Grandpa Qiao. Take care. Han Genie continued when he saw that Yao Moen wanted to say something. Actually, Moen is still very reluctant for Honorable Lord to leave, then this Honorable Lord won't leave. Han Genie immediately corrected himself. Yao Moen really wanted to slap herself. Who asked you to have such a cheap mouth? The next day, Han Genie still left the Crown Prince's residence with Grandpa Qiao. Although Yao Moen really was reluctant, it was worth it in exchange for some peace and quiet. However, Grandpa Qiao was kind enough. Before he left, he gave Yao Moen a few bottles of poison, saying that it could be used when she had nowhere else to go. Then, in consideration of Yao Moen's intelligence, he gave her a few more bottles of antidote. If she accidentally ingested it, she could still save herself. That night, Yao Moen went to the Imperial Hospital to visit Yin Shui. In Gunye's words, even if the Crown Prince didn't order him, he would still do his best to help Yin Shui recover faster out of respect for Yin Xiong. It wasn't that Yao Moen trusted Gunye, it was mainly because she had Yin Xiong, her older brother, so she felt at ease leaving Yin Shui behind. Yin Shui, Ben Gong knows that you're tired. Then take this chance to rest well. Ever since you followed Ben Gong, you've faced many life and death situations. If it wasn't for you, who knows how many times Ben Gong would have died. Yao Moan held Yin Shue's hand and pursed her lips. There were tears in her eyes. Ben Gong will leave first, if I can save Feng Yihan and the others alive, I'll definitely come back to find you. Yao Moan wasn't sure if there were any hidden guards around the room, so she could only keep some words to herself. After leaving the Crown Prince's residence, Yao Moan got on the carriage she had already hired. When she turned a corner, she was stopped. Crown Princess is leaving just like that. Isn't she going to wait for Master to wake up and say goodbye? Yin Xiong was a bit dissatisfied with Yao Moan leaving without saying goodbye. There's really no need. Yao Moan also wanted to, but unfortunately, there was no time. There were only 15 days left until the 1-month deadline. She really couldn't guarantee that if she didn't appear, Yi Hongyi would do something crazy. It was just as Grandpa Chiao had said, if he wasn't crazy, he definitely wouldn't kidnap the monarchs of the 5 countries. This was practically digging his own grave. But Master was poisoned because of the Crown Princess. Yin Xiong felt that Yao Moan's actions were a bit heartless. In terms of favors, Chu Mabe still owes this consort more. This consort has always been generous, so when he wakes up, tell Chu Mabe that this consort doesn't need him to return the rest of the debt and that he should treat Yin Shui better. Hiya. Yao Moan didn't look at Yin Xiong anymore and abruptly raised her whip. Yin Xiong knew that Yao Moan was someone who knew when to stop. Even without Yin Shue's protection, she would still send someone else to protect him, so he didn't think too much about Yao Moan leaving by herself. Yao Moan drove the carriage several li away from the capital and only arrived at the next town at dawn. She found a random inn to rest for the time being. Did you guys hear? Yi Junqing won 3 battles and has already taken down Gumin City. Inside the inn, Yao Moan had just sat down when she heard the person sitting at the table across from her say excitedly. Are you serious? The internal strife in Great Chu has been going on for some time now, but Yi Junqing has always been on the passive side. Lu Rennie expressed his doubt. That's right. I don't know what kind of medicine Yi Junqing took this time, but he actually took the initiative to attack and completely defeated Yi Hongyi's army. That Chao something, I heard he also got defeated by Yi Junqing. TSK, as expected of a legend on the battlefield, he really is amazing. Praised Lu Rennie. Based on what you're saying, then Yi Junqing's going to win for sure. How fucking unlucky. I just bet on Yi Hongyi to win yesterday. Lu Rennie slapped his thigh in annoyance. When Yao Moan heard this, her lips couldn't help but twitch. So it was a bet that the underground money house had opened. You can't say that. Yi Junqing has only just taken down Gumin City. The situation right now isn't clear. Perhaps Yi Hongyi still has a chance to turn things around. Comforted Lu Rennie. Does this lousy war in Great Chu even have no end to it? This daddy has already bet 300 taels, this daddy is scared. By the time a winner is decided between Yi Junqing and Yi Hongyi, this daddy will have already died of old age. Said Lu Rennie resentfully. Yao Moan truly couldn't bear listening anymore, so she called over the waiter and ordered 2 dishes. Once the dishes were served, Yao Moan picked up her chopsticks and hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls before leaving. However, just as she was about to leave, she ran into a silk pants young master. Master Zhao, this young lady looks pretty good. The young master's lackey immediately noticed Yao Moan. Even though Yao Moan was disguised as a man, the lackey was still able to recognize her. Not bad. Young lady, it's truly a waste of a heavenly gift not showing off such a good figure. How about it? Come with this prince guarantees that you'll be able to eat well and drink well for the rest of your life. The young master waved his fan as he stood in front of Yao Moan. His narrowed eyes fell on Yao Moan's face with extreme greed. This prince really is rich. Yao Moan looked indifferently at the young master in front of her and sneered. At this moment, a waiter was already running over. Master Zhao, please hurry and come upstairs. The private room upstairs has already been prepared for you. Opening a store was for the sake of peace. At this time, the waiter wanted to invite this local tyrant Master Zhao upstairs so that Yao Moan could escape. However, this Master Zhao was bewitched by lust and reached out to grab Yao Moan. Master Zhao. The waiter wanted to speak again, but he was pushed to the ground by Master Zhao's lackey. This prince doesn't need to do anything. This servant has nothing better to do anyway. It's fine even if it's just a drink or two with this prince. Since there's a private room upstairs, then this way please. Yao Moan knew that she wouldn't be able to escape if she used force, so her thin lips curled into a sweet smile. How could that Master Zhao withstand Yao Moan's alluring smile? His legs immediately went soft. Fortunately, there was a lackey supporting him so he didn't fall to the ground. Although the waiter was worried about Yao Moan, he didn't dare to say too much due to his authority. Thus, under the waiter's guidance, Yao Moan and that Master Zhao entered the private room together. In Yao Moan's eyes, this Master Zhao in front of her was undoubtedly cannon fodder. As long as she had the slightest intention, this fellow wouldn't even know how he died. In reality, Yao Moan disdained personally taking action against this kind of hoodlum who couldn't even be considered a human. However, since there was no one by her side, Yao Moan also let this Master Zhao feel honored. Inside the private room, Yao Moan saw that Master Zhao and his lackey were foaming at the mouth and twitching all over. Yao Moan leaned over and slapped Master Zhao's face twice. Then, she grabbed Master Zhao's lower jaw with one hand and forcefully poured the rest of the wine into Master Zhao's stomach with the other. Only then did she throw the wine pot away. Didn't this prince want to drink? This servant invites this prince to drink as much as he wants. Yao Moan coldly sneered at the unwilling Master Zhao and her lips hooked into a cold smile. Master Zhao, who had been acting all smug earlier, had already stopped breathing. Yao Moan wasn't in a hurry to escape. If she went out now and was discovered, she might not be able to escape. Thus, Yao Moan took down the red candle from the candlestick and wanted to light a small fire. However, she didn't expect that before she could do anything, the room door was kicked open. Damn thing. Let you whore. Let you gamble. Let's see how you explain this to Laonyang today. Later, when Yao Moan thought back to this matter, she felt that her plan was still flawless. As long as she lit the fire, burning someone to death was all too normal. At that time, everyone only thought that this Master Zhao was playing with fire and it had nothing to do with her, Yao Moan, or the inn. Unfortunately, now, Yao Moan was at a loss. All right. You even lit a candle, it's quite romantic. Old fart, get up for Laonyang. The tigress who knocked on the door had a body full of fat. When she walked, it seemed like she could throw several caddies of oil off her body. Behind her, a group of servants with remarkable looks, all of them extremely valiant, also rushed in. The private room that was still very spacious was now packed with people. Get up. Do you hear me? The tigress pulled on that Master Zhao's ear and forcibly lifted his entire body up. Yao Moan subconsciously touched her own ear and felt that it was very painful. Old thing. You, what happened to you? Old Zhao. Old Zhao. How did you die? When she realized that the old thing she was talking about was already dead, the tigress immediately burst into tears and sobbed uncontrollably. Chapter 502. At the side, Yao Mo choked and then rushed to the door step by step. Just as she was about to open the way, she heard a loud shout behind her and Yao Mo was tied up by the maids. It's you. It's you, Vixen, who killed our family's old Zhao." The tigress helped Master Zhao to a chair and then rushed in front of Yao Mo1 like a whirlwind, glaring at her. "Calm down. Calm down. Old madam, this servant is helping you. With his death, you won't have to catch adulterers in the future. Also, after he dies, you can openly find a younger, more handsome, and passionate handsome guy to spend the rest of your life with you. Wouldn't that be perfect?" Yao Mo1 smiled fawningly. Her attitude was extremely humble. "Shut up. This old lady and he have been husband and wife for several decades. We have been together for many years. That year, when we were married, we swore to grow old together. Now that he's dead, who will this old lady grow old with?" The tigress cried very sadly. The tears that fell were more real than pearls. Yao Mo1 knew that she was really sad. "Old madam, don't you think you're too sad? You're the only one who still remembers those vows of undying love," said Yao Moan sorrowfully, her eyes filled with sympathy. "Humph. You should be sad for yourself. Come. Search." The tigress gave an order and immediately, 3 to 5 maids took out all the treasures that Master Qiao had given her. "Speak. Which bottle of poison did you use to kill our family's old Zhao?" The tigress looked at the dozen or so porcelain bottles on the table and roared angrily. "Ah. I don't really remember. That, are you sure you don't need Mo1 to introduce you to a rich and handsome man?" Yao Mo1 had a bitter face, her heart was already scared. "It's easy if she doesn't remember. You, pour out everything in here for this old lady. Since she doesn't remember, then drink it together." The tigress was determined to kill Yao Mo1. Seeing the colorful liquid in the bottle being poured into the same bowl, Yao Mo1 began to grind her teeth. If she really died like this, she wouldn't be reconciled. A big storm came and she capsized in a small ditch. This kind of thing would damage her reputation if it got out. At this moment, a maid had already handed the bowl of colorful liquid to the tigress. "It was you who caused my husband's death. Right now, I'm going to send you in front of my husband to apologize to him." The tigress' left hand held the porcelain bowl while her right hand held Yao Mo1's lower jaw. Help. He should be the one apologizing to her. This was what Yao Moan was thinking, but Yao Moan didn't have the time to think too much right now. "This is my territory. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to save you. Die, Vixen." The tigress immediately wanted to pour the poison into Yao Mo1's mouth. At the critical moment, a silver light flashed and the tigress' body crashed into the wall at a flying speed. The hand holding the poison was stabbed with a cold dagger. Furin. How could the maids care about Yao Mo1? They immediately surrounded the tigress. Yao Moan let out a sigh of relief. She knew that someone like her, who had so many friends, would definitely have a benefactor to help her in times of danger. All right, she admitted that when the tigress rushed in, she smelled the scent of gold. That was the unique gold of 10,000 Emperor City. "Would it kill you to come out a bit earlier?" Yao Mo1 steadied her mind and immediately rushed in front of Han Genie, who was standing by the window with his hands behind his back, and roared loudly. "Laozi is sweating from fear, do you know that?" Yao Mo1 silently cursed in her heart. "If you came out early, would you shout for help? If you don't shout for help, how would this sovereign know that you're afraid? Since you know fear, let's see if you still dare to come out and roam Jianghu alone next time." Han Genie's voice was as calm as a calm lake. Jun Yen was calm and composed. However, this unperturbed expression made Yao Mo1 really want to punch him. In the cold cave, water dripped onto the rocks, making a faint echo. In the depths of the cave, 4 people were happily guessing odd and even. "Why is it a pair again? Feng Yihan, you cheated. Di Feng looked at the 2 stones left on the stone table. His eyes were spitting fire as he angrily rebuked. It can't be. If he cheated, how could this old man win? King Lulan raised his white brows and defended Feng Yihan. It's very simple, the 2 of you colluded with each other. Beside Di Feng, Duan Zitong glanced at Feng Yihan's sleeve and said meaningfully. Little girl, it's not good to wrongly accuse people without evidence. This old man is already so old, how could I do such a dirty thing? I can't. King Lulan shook his head. Zitong really can't stand it anymore. Xia is poor to begin with. One of you is overflowing with wealth while the other has a strong army. Is there a need to bully people like this? Feng Yihan, do you dare to say that you don't have anything in your sleeve? Duan Zitong simply stood up and looked at Feng Yihan sternly. I don't have anything. Feng Yihan flung his sleeve and said innocently. Don't move if you have the guts. Xiao. Duan Zitong said coldly. Then, he placed his finger on his lips and blew a strange sound. Almost at the same time, a shocking scene appeared. 2 fat goo worms crawled out from Feng Yihan's sleeves, each carrying a stone on their back. With the witness and material evidence present, Di Feng immediately went crazy. Feng Yihan, can't you be more shameless? I have a grudge against you. No matter what, you are still the ruler of a nation. Why are you playing this game with me? Di Feng clenched his teeth. In these few days, he had lost every game he played. He had almost lost half of Xia. When we attacked Dezhou, Yihan personally went to the battlefield. In the end, you got 3 cities. Yihan has to get back at you for losing, right? Even though his plot had been exposed, Feng Yihan didn't seem to be embarrassed at all. Who asked you to be slow? Is it my fault? Di Feng said resentfully, feeling somewhat guilty. That's not right. Little girl Duan, you still benefited from the whole thing. Since you got the benefits, why did you still expose Yihan? You. Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to this Di Feng brat. At the side, King Lulan gossiped like a wise man. Old man, what nonsense are you talking about? This young lady only saw injustice on the road and drew her sword to help. Hearing this, Duan Zitong's face instantly turned as red as a persimmon. When Yihan lost, why didn't Miss Duan draw her sword for Yihan? Feng Yihan sighed. In this day and age, were people's aesthetic standards distorted? He didn't dare to say it to others, but compared to Di Feng, he was definitely a handsome man. That's because Emperor Xia didn't cheat. Duan Zitong's face was red as she argued. Di Feng, do you dare to swear on the 10 years of Xia's national treasury that you didn't cheat just now? Feng Yihan shouted sternly. The 3 people's gazes fell on Di Feng. Of course. In my opinion, that shouldn't be called cheating. It's just a small trick. It's just a small trick. Di Feng immediately put away his confident face and laughed even more guiltily. I saw it. Little girl, you're favoring one and discriminating against the other. Actually, the prerequisite for choosing a husband is the character, like King Lulan said earnestly. But before he could finish, he was stopped by Duan Zitong. What's wrong with Emperor Xiao's character? Since they both cheat, whose character is worse? Duan Zitong was so protective of Di Feng that even Di Feng felt embarrassed. If there's a flower to be plucked, then pluck it straight. Don't wait until there's no flower and only the branch. Di Feng, you're so lucky. Feng Yihan piled the stones together again and intentionally or unintentionally nagged. Cough cough, this time it's clear. No one is allowed to cheat, or else, your hand will be broken. Di Feng deliberately avoided the topic and talked about other things. Chapter 503. Ever since he ascended to the throne, Di Feng had decided not to consort for the next 3 years out of gratitude for King Xiao's abdication. Thus, Di Feng was still single. As a single man, Di Feng still had needs for women. It wasn't that Duan Zidong wasn't good, but Di Feng couldn't bear to see those goo worms, so he kept his distance from Duan Zidong. Adding on the fact that they had only known each other for a few days, they hadn't reached the point where they could tear through paper, so he decided to be ambiguous for now. You guys are having fun. Are you guys really not afraid of death? Or are you just pretending to be calm? We can tell at a glance. A cold voice drifted over. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a black figure wearing a brown cloak walking step by step towards the iron railing. Yi Hongyi, you wouldn't dare to kill this old man even if I lent you the guts. Yi Han, move the stone, this old man will choose, said Kubu Dan coldly as his gaze shifted back to the stone in Feng Yihan's hand. Laozi chooses double. I don't believe that Laozi can't win once. Di Feng completely ignored Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi, don't give this young lady the chance, otherwise this young lady will definitely teach you a lesson for older sister Ma Xin, you heartless man. Choose double. Duan Zidong's gaze was cold. As she spoke, her wide sleeve trembled slightly and a completely black goo worm quietly crawled towards Yi Hongyi. Does King Chu not want to try his luck? Invited Feng Yihan with great self-restraint. Humph. You're about to die yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. There are still 10 days. If Yao Moen doesn't appear in front of us in 10 days, then we will personally send you all to hell, roared Yi Hongyi fiercely. Yi Hongyi, please take your medicine before coming out. Do you know the consequences of killing us? Do you think that your great Chu can defend against millions of elite soldiers from 5 countries, said Feng Yihan disdainfully as he lifted his brows and glanced at Yi Hongyi. As long as the king of Qi is alive, the generals of Great Qi will respond to his call. If the king of Qi is dead, they will only listen to the new king of Qi. Whether or not they will attack Great Chu depends on who the new king of Qi is. And whether or not they will avenge you. You are all members of the royal family, so you naturally understand the cruelty of the struggle for the throne. Now that you are on the throne, you are the heavens. If the Ming clan has entered the Yellow Earth, then what are you? Yi Hongyi laughed coldly, his eyes bloodshot. Then if you kill this princess, let's see if Southern Master will let this matter rest, muttered Duan Zidong as she looked towards Yi Hongyi. Before Yi Hongyi could say anything, there was a loud smack. Duan Zidong's gaze turned cold. Goo worm. What else does the South have other than goo worms? Unfortunately, we aren't afraid. By the time Yi Hongyi lowered his gaze, the goo bug Duan Zidong had released had already turned to ashes. This. How is this possible? Duan Zidong looked at Yi Hongyi again in shock. Emperor Xia, believe it or not, as long as you die, the new Emperor Xia will most likely reduce taxes for 3 years to celebrate. There was also King Lulan. Lulan might have a lot of money, but wars were fought with real swords and spears. Did he want to use money to crush the soldiers of Great Chu? Ha! You guys think too highly of yourselves. Since I, Yi Hongyi, dared to capture you guys, then I have the guts to bear the consequences. We advise you all to pray that Yao Moen arrives on time. Otherwise, we will definitely let you all have a taste of death. As for how you all die, seeing that you are all monarchs of a country, we will let you all die a quick death. Yi Hongyi harumphed coldly as he turned around and stomped out of the cave. Double. Feng Yihan announced the result of the stones on the table. The fortune teller said that I can live to 80. What does this mean? Di Feng actually didn't feel any joy from winning. It means that he's a Jianghu swindler, said Feng Yihan very directly. The unspoken implication was that this calamity was over. When did Yi Hongyi's martial arts become so powerful? This consort's goo worms can't even get close to his body, said Duan Zitong worriedly. Moen, it's better if you don't come. Logically speaking, the wealthier a person was, the more they were afraid of death. With King Lulan's wealth, it was completely reasonable for him to cry his heart out right now. However, at this moment, King Lulan truly hoped that Yao Moen wouldn't come. King Lulan and Yao Moen have such deep feelings for each other. Ihan is envious. Feng Ihan looked towards King Lulan with a gratified expression. This old man feels that if Yao Moen doesn't come, we still have a chance of survival. If she comes, then we'll have reached the end of our lives. King Lulan's words caused everyone to lower their heads in silence. The autumn wind blew and the leaves rustled. Occasionally, the cries of insects would break the silence of the forest. In the depths of the forest, a bonfire crackled. As the flames flickered, two figures sat facing each other. It was as if they were in the middle of a painting. On the other side of the bonfire, Han Genie was dressed in a long black robe. His black hair fell to his chest like satin. As the wind blew past, the bangs in front of his forehead rippled with an admirable sense of steadiness and vicissitudes. When Yao Moen first saw Han Genie, she felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. It was true that he wasn't as beautiful as Yan Nanxing, but Han Genie's inner appeal was something that Yan Nanxing wouldn't be able to catch up to even if he cultivated for a lifetime. Master Chiao is willing to let Honorable Lord come back to find Moen. Yao Moen flipped the wild rabbit on the bonfire and asked casually. This Honorable Lord is bringing him to eat and conveniently left him at the dining area, replied Han Genie indifferently. Then he picked up the roasted rabbit and sat down next to Yao Moen. Left? Where? Yao Moen felt that with Master Chiao's cute appearance, no matter which family it was, they would be very happy to take him in. In a brothel in Great Shu's capital. Han Genie spoke lightly, but it caused Yao Moen to be flabbergasted. Then isn't Master Chiao in danger? He won't. Han Genie said confidently. That's true, Master Chiao's martial arts aren't just an ordinary level. Yao Moen let out a breath and felt that her worries were groundless. This Honorable Lord has sealed his acupuncture point, so he has no way of using martial arts. However, he always hides all kinds of poisons on his body, so it'll be hard for others to bully him. Han Genie thought. Then where does Honorable Lord think the poisons on Moen's body come from? Yao Moen wiped at her sweat, her tongue slightly curled. Han Genie suddenly stared blankly and her clear eyes turned towards Yao Moen in shock. Seeing Yao Moen nod, Han Genie suddenly felt dizzy and the miserable scene of Master Chiao being pressed down on the bed by someone appeared in front of his eyes. In 5 days, Yao Moen and Han Genie finally arrived at the town at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. Originally, Yao Moen didn't want Han Genie to accompany them, but in view of the fact that she had almost died in the hands of that tigress, Yao Moen felt that when it wasn't time to show off, she absolutely shouldn't force herself. Inside the room of the inn, Yao Moen and Han Genie circled around the map of Qingfeng Mountain and studied it for about 2 hours. Actually, this Honorable Lord wants to know, if this Honorable Lord doesn't come, how are you going to save them? After Han Genie finished looking at the map, she had this question. Even if Honorable Lord Han comes, Moen will still be relying on this. Yao Moen pointed at her cherry lips and then put away the map. Relying on your mouth. Han Genie lifted her brows and looked towards Yao Moen. What? Honorable Lord doesn't believe me. Tomorrow, Moen will go up the mountain alone. Honorable Lord, just wait here to receive Feng Yihan and the others. Yao Moen's expression was filled with confidence. Are you joking? Han Genie expressed his doubt. Of course not, Moen is serious. Honorable Lord, don't worry, Moan naturally has a way to make Yi Hongyi release the four of them. Yao Moan's heart wasn't as full of confidence as her face showed, but now that things had gotten to this point, she could only stake everything on this one throw. First, when she received the letter that day, it was already too late to ask for help from each country. Second, she could ask Chu Maobei, but if her actions were too big and were discovered by Yi Hongyi, it would be very hard to guarantee that Yi Hongyi wouldn't kill Feng Yihan and the others. Therefore, Yao Moan only had this method left. Chapter 504. This honorable lord will accompany you, said Han Genie solemnly. Honorable lord, believe it or not, if you go, Green Summit Mountain will be Moan's eternal resting place. Yao Moan understood Yi Hongyi too well. Since he had arranged to meet her here, this mountain was definitely heavily guarded. But how can this honorable lord feel at ease letting you take the risk alone? Han Genie looked towards Yao Moan worriedly. Yi Hongyi can't bear to kill Moan, so after Moan trades for Feng Yihan and the others, I'll have to trouble honorable lord to return to Shu and tell Chu Maobei that his crown princess is in danger and to quickly come save her. In reality, Yao Moan didn't feel that Chu Maobei would save her, but in order to convince Han Genie, she had to make up some nonsense. You actually told such an important matter to Chu Maobei and not Yi Junqing. Han Genie's eyes flashed slightly as he looked towards Yao Moan meaningfully. This is what Moan requests of honorable lord. You mustn't let Yi Junqing know. Moan doesn't want him to be distracted. Now that Ximin City has fallen into Yi Junqing's hands, morale is at its peak. Moan doesn't want to distract Yi Junqing because of her matters. Yao Moan's voice was slightly distant. Yao Moan knew that if Yi Junqing found out about this, he would definitely rush over to save her. Yao Moan had this bit of confidence. It was also because of this that Yao Moan hoped that Han Genie could keep this a secret for her for as long as possible. Tell me the truth, did something happen between you and Yi Junqing? This honorable lord already knows about Duan Tingting's death and also knows that Yi Junqing didn't marry Duan Tingting willingly that day. Actually, if there was someone in one's heart, one would want to know how they were doing at all times. So it was understandable that Han Genie knew more. Actually, Moan only wants to safely rescue Feng Yihan and the others. Moan really doesn't have the time to think about anything else. If Honorable Lord wishes to lend Moan a hand, then stay at the foot of Green Summit Mountain to receive them. Yao Moan smiled lightly. Seeing that Yao Moan was intentionally avoiding it, Han Genie didn't say anything else. The next day, Han Genie really agreed to let Yao Mo1 go up Qingfeng Mountain alone. Because he was very clear that if Yi Hongyi set up an ambush, he wasn't afraid of being captured, but if even he was captured, then who could ask for reinforcements to save Yao Mo1? Inside the cave, Feng Yihan and the other three were still playing happily. In Di Feng's words, whether Yao Moan would come or not, whether they would die or not, wasn't something they could control. Since everything was unknown, they should live as if tomorrow was the end of the world and enjoy every second to their heart's content. If he wronged himself, who would be the one to be proud of? With this in mind, the four of them became even more excited. At this moment, Di Feng had rolled up his sleeves and placed all his bets on the pair. Zidong, I'm counting on you. Di Feng rubbed his palms together and looked at Duan Zidong excitedly. Little girl Duan, you have to settle this debt. If Di Feng wins, your compensation won't be any less than ours. King Lulan reminded her earnestly. There are people who are willing. You can't stop them. Feng Yihan had long seen that Duan Zidong was interested in Di Feng. Even if King Lulan brought up smallpox, it wouldn't change anything. As the saying goes, it's better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. Feng Yihan had already made his preparations. Duan Zidong turned a deaf ear to their words and only looked affectionately at Di Feng, but in the end, Feng Yihan. You cheated. Duan Zidong looked at the only chess piece left on the stone table and flew into a rage out of humiliation. That's impossible. This old man has been sitting next to Yihan the entire time. He definitely didn't do anything. King Lulan vowed to defend Feng Yihan. You're on his side, so of course you're on his side. Feng Yihan, do you feel uncomfortable all over seeing me win? Di Feng wasn't happy. This was his entire stake. Almost the entire Great Xia had been bet by him. Cough cough. Watch your manners. Feng Yihan coughed lightly and looked at Di Feng resentfully. My ass. Can manners be used to make a living? This game doesn't count, doesn't count, doesn't count. As Di Feng spoke, he was about to withdraw all of his bets. Di brat, if you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. Won't you be looked down upon if you do this? King Lulan actually quite liked Di Feng. Who else in this world could be so shameless and righteous? You're a well-fed man who doesn't know the hunger of a starving man. Great Xia isn't as rich as Lulan. Even if I don't care about my reputation, I can't let Great Xia suffer with me. Di Feng's words made Duan Zidong tear up. Great Xia is fortunate to have such a wise ruler. After he said this, King Lulan and Feng Yihan looked at each other in dismay. Their foreheads were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Duan Zidong, are you sure that the person who bet all of Great Xia is a wise ruler? Is he? Love is blind. Feng Yihan said emotionally when he thought of Yao Moen. Back then, when he insisted on sending troops to Great Zhou, there was no reason for him to do so. Blind to the point of being blind. King Lulan felt that he was getting old. Outside the prison cell, Yi Hongyi, who hadn't said a word for a long time, finally couldn't take it anymore. You guys really aren't afraid of death? Yi Hongyi walked over with a sinister expression. Unfortunately, the four people behind the iron bars turned a blind eye to Yi Hongyi's appearance. They practically treated him like air. One more game. Di Feng shouted loudly, not putting Yi Hongyi in his eyes in the slightest. Preposterous. Guards. Pull Di Feng out for us. We want to see just how unafraid of death you are. Yi Hongyi already had a grudge with Di Feng. When he sent him to Xia, he wanted him to fend for himself. He didn't expect that Di Feng would actually sneak onto the throne of Emperor Xia. How could he not feel stifled? Yi Hongyi. You're going back on your word. Yao Moen hasn't arrived yet, how can you touch Emperor Xia? Seeing the imperial guards walk over, Duan Zidong angrily blocked in front of Di Feng. Why can't I? Your lives are all in our hands. We can take them whenever we want. Di Feng, you really haven't changed. In just a few short days, you were actually able to make Princess Hanyu avenge you. It seems we have underestimated you. Fine, if Princess Hanyu is willing to die in place of Di Feng, we can consider fulfilling Princess Hanyu's wish. Yi Hongyi looked towards Duan Zidong with a cold smile. Fine. This consort will die in place of Emperor Xia. Duan Zidong's words caused Di Feng's heart to tremble. He immediately pulled Duan Zidong behind him. Di Feng appreciates Princess's good intentions. Di Feng has never been someone who is greedy for life and afraid of death. I definitely won't let this kind of lowly person think that I am inferior. Di Feng was grateful to Duan Zidong. She said that it was just a moment of impulse. Di Feng also remembered it. At this moment, ### and Vermilion Bird had already opened the prison door. Di Feng walked out of the iron bars. Kill me if you want. If this daddy makes a sound, then I'll change my surname to yours. Di Feng looked towards Yi Hongyi coldly. His pitch-black eyes were like the whirlpools of the deep sea at midnight, forcing people to not dare to look directly at him. Humph! Someone, bring out the Black Panther. Seemingly intimidated by Di Feng's gaze, Yi Hongyi actually didn't dare to look him in the eye. He only ordered someone to bring out a tamed panther. Di Feng, no matter how hard your bones are, can they be harder than us, this Black Panther? Let it go. Bite. Yi Hongyi gave the order. The panther tamer made a strange sound. Immediately after, the Black Panther changed from its previously docile appearance to a savage gaze. It spat out its fangs, its front paws prostrated on the ground, and its hind legs arched. Di Feng choked and fine beads of sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead. It was true that he wasn't afraid of death, but he still had requirements for the way he died. If he was torn to shreds by the panther, then that would be too miserable. Just as Di Feng was hesitating, the Black Panther suddenly pounced over at the speed of an arrow. Di Feng didn't have time to think and immediately stretched out his hand to block it. Di Feng's two hands fiercely twisted the Black Panther's fangs. Just as the man and the beast were about to fight to the death, the Black Panther suddenly let out a miserable shriek and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Chapter 505. Forget about Yi Hongyi, even Di Feng himself felt that it was inconceivable. It's a goo worm. When Yi Hongyi walked forward, he discovered that a red worm was slowly crawling out of the Black Panther's stomach. Preposterous. Yi Hongyi's eyes were sharp as he walked forward and waved his sleeve. The Black Panther and the goo worm on its body were instantly charred. Princess Hanyue saved Di Feng's life. Di Feng will definitely return the favor in my next life. Di Feng calmed himself down and cupped his hands towards Duan Zitong. Yi Hongyi. If you dare touch a single hair on Emperor Xiao's head, my Lulan will definitely use all the power of the country to avenge him. King Lulan hadn't expected Yi Hongyi to be so deranged and immediately rebuked him. King Chu, enough is enough. You should always leave a path of retreat for yourself, said Feng Yi coldly. We don't need a path of retreat. Nor do we fear Lulan. Come, load the crossbow. We want to see if Princess Hanyue's goo worm can control anything. Yi Hongyi's eyes were bloodshot as he roared in a low voice. In reality, although Duan Zitong couldn't control the crossbow, she could control the person who used it. Unfortunately, the goo worm on her body was gone. In Wanner's heart, Your Majesty has always kept your word. Now it seems that Wanner was wrong. The clear and gentle voice was melodious and beautiful. Yi Hongyi trembled when he heard it. The longing that had been pent up in his heart surged out like the ocean, drowning his heart. Wanner. Yi Hongyi turned around in shock, his eyes misty. He vaguely remembered Yao Moan's coldness that night. That pair of eyes was like a sharp awl that pierced his heart, making him forget to breathe. He had resented, hated, but in the end, his heart was still filled with endless longing. It turned out that regardless of whether Yao Moan was an idiot or not, regardless of what she had done wrong to him, Yi Hongyi already loved her to the point of being unable to extricate himself. Yao Moan, are you stupid? Who told you to come? The moment he saw Yao Moan, Di Feng fiercely cursed. Moan, you shouldn't have come. Feng Yihan's heart tightened, his brows tightly knitted. You silly girl, you're just throwing your life away if you come. The four of us just happened to make up a table, so you're extra. King Lulan shook his head, but he was full of praise for Yao Moan. She was loyal and loyal, a heroine among women. Sis. Little sister Moan, what can you change even if you come? This is what Zitong didn't want to see the most. Duan Zitong looked towards Yao Moan with heartache, her eyes misty. If he were to die in the hands of the same person in both of his lives, how helpless would that be? All of you shut up. Yao Moen. Are you wrong? Do you have any? Yi Hongyi roared viciously and strode in front of Yao Moen, his hands fiercely grabbing Yao Moen's snow-white neck. Moen was wrong. Yao Moen knew very well when to be stubborn and when to bend the knee. Yao Moen's reply surpassed Yi Hongyi's expectations. He had originally thought that Yao Moen would insist on getting revenge for her sister, that it was only right and proper. Thus, Yi Hongyi no longer had any reason to exert any more strength and slowly let go. You're wrong. You know you were wrong. Yi Hongyi looked towards Yao Moen blankly. That face was as beautiful as ever. He vaguely remembered that night at Yao Xiangfu. Such a beautiful woman had walked into his heart with a single glance. Perhaps from that moment on, he had fallen in love with this woman who looked foolish but was like a fairy. That's right, Moen was wrong. If I had known earlier that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, Moen should have let you guys stay in Great Shu. Yao Moen shrugged and said in annoyance. Yao Moen. Yi Hongyi shouted loudly. Your Majesty, please calm your anger, Moen was only speaking the truth. Now that Wan'er has returned, should your Majesty allow you guys to leave Qingfeng Mountain? If it was said that Yao Moen had been apprehensive before coming to Qingfeng Mountain, then now, Yao Moen found confidence in Yi Hongyi's eyes. She believed that Yi Hongyi definitely wouldn't kill her. Dream on. If they go back, how could they let Great Chu off? Yi Hongyi snorted coldly, a cold light flashing through his eyes. Almost at the same time, Yao Moen abruptly moved, placing the dagger she had prepared a long time ago against her own neck. If it wasn't for Wan'er, they wouldn't have encountered this disaster. If they die, Wan'er will naturally pay with her life. Yao Moen pressed the dagger against her snowy neck, her eyes cold and emotionless. Yao Moen, do you think you're still the woman at the apex of Jin's heart? If you want to die, Jin won't stop you. Jin also won't let them go for your sake. Yi Hongyi looked towards Yao Moen angrily, his eyes as cold as ice. Is that so? Since your Majesty doesn't care about Moen, then why did you take the risk to imprison 3 countries' monarchs and a country's princess? Your Majesty didn't hesitate to incur public anger to have Moen come back. Could it be that you just want Moen to die in front of you? Fine, Moen will fulfill your Majesty's wish. Yao Moen's eyes abruptly turned cold and her jade wrist suddenly tightened. Stop. When Yi Hongyi saw the blood trickling down Yao Moen's snowy neck, he shouted loudly and snatched the dagger from Yao Moen's hand. Your Majesty agreed to let them go. Yao Moen's shapely brows knitted as she looked towards Yi Hongyi coldly. In reality, even if it was a ruse of injuring herself to gain sympathy, Yao Moen still didn't want to harm herself in front of Yi Hongyi. So before coming, Yao Moen had specially used a technique she had learned from Lang Bingxin to make a skin bag filled with chicken blood and placed it on her neck. Although her disguise was very crude, with the chicken blood as a cover, she could still muddle through. Impossible. Yao Moen, don't go too far. Do you really think Shin can't bear to part with you? Yi Hongyi said one thing but meant another. Other than being unwilling to part with her, what other reason did he have to see Yao Moen? What other reason did he have to stop her from harming herself? Actually, Wan'er is also very curious. After your Majesty finds out the truth, will you treat Wan'er the same way you treat eldest sister? In the end, were those undying vows your Majesty made back then real or fake? Before Yi Hongyi could react, Yao Moen unexpectedly took out a dagger from her sleeve and pressed it against her own neck. Dark red blood fell to the ground like a red spider lily blooming in hell, causing Yi Hongyi's heart to ache. Yao Moen, stop. Inside the prison cell, Feng Yihan roared loudly. His heart was in unimaginable pain. King Lulan also furrowed his white brows, the cold light in his eyes like a blade. At the side, Duan Zidong carelessly walked between the two of them and muttered something. Thus, Feng Yihan roared even louder. King Lulan also cried out sorrowfully from time to time. Using Duan Zidong's words, that blood is fake, it's best for us to shout louder and distract Yi Hongyi. Outside the iron bars, Di Feng didn't understand and shouted even more sorrowfully. Let them go. When he saw that Yao Moan's hand was tightly gripping the dagger, Yi Hongyi finally relented. He really couldn't accept Yao Moan dying in front of him like this. Even though he had thought of 1,000 ways to torture Yao Moan before this. When he saw the blood flowing out of Yao Moan's snow-white neck, his heart still softened. Your Majesty, you mustn't. If you let them go, Great Chu will be finished. When ### heard this, he urged worriedly. Your Majesty is really willing to let them go for Wan-Er. Your Majesty won't blame Wan-Er. Yao Moan's eyes were filled with tears and her voice was heavy with sobs. Let them go. Yao Moan's tears melted the coldness in Yi Hongyi's heart. When they saw the determination in Yi Hongyi's eyes, ### and the other guards all knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please reconsider. These people can't be let go. If they join forces to help Yi Junqing after they get out, the consequences will be unthinkable. Does your Majesty really want to hand over the throne to Yi Junqing with both hands? Said ### sorrowfully, each word stabbing at Yi Hongyi's weak spot. When Yao Moan saw that Yi Hongyi was hesitating, she threw the dagger away and threw herself into Yi Junqing's arms. Chapter 506. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Wan-Er didn't know that Your Majesty cared about Wan-Er so much. I'm sorry. Wan-Er promised Your Majesty to write a contract with them to write off this matter and then beg them to help Your Majesty. However, Wan-Er begs Your Majesty not to kill Yi Junqing. After all, he only rebelled for eldest sister, all right? Yao Moan cried pitifully. Time seemed to rewind. Yi Hongyi suddenly felt that the Yao Moan in front of him was still that foolish child from back then. She had never changed. Your Majesty. Yi Hongyi stopped Chuyu when he opened his mouth again. Prepare paper and ink. If they're willing to sign a non-aggression treaty and swear not to support Yi Junqing, we'll let them live. Yi Hongyi's heart finally softened. In Yi Hongyi's embrace, Yao Mo-wan's heart that had been suspended in the air slowly landed. Her misty eyes looked towards Yi Hongyi with tenderness like water. In front of love, those who lose their heads may not necessarily be women, Yao Mo-wan thought. After the 5 countries' letters were signed, Yao Moan walked over to the 4 people and bowed in greeting. Wan-Er and Your Majesty had some misunderstandings before. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, Wan-Er has a presumptuous request. I hope that after you leave, you can help Your Majesty attack Yi Junqing, begged Yao Moan in a gentle voice. If it wasn't for the Empress of Chu, Yi Han would rather die than compromise with King Chu. After this, Qi will no longer interfere in Chu's internal conflicts. Farewell. Feng Yihan's face was as cold as ice as he glanced at Yi Hongyi coldly before turning to leave. King Lulan, Duan Zidong, and Di Feng also walked out of the cave. At the side, Yao Moan and the others were just about to follow them out when Yao Moan stopped them. Your Majesty, you wouldn't have Chu Moan secretly kill Feng Yihan and the others, right? Yao Moan immediately saw through Chu Moan's intentions and looked towards Yi Hongyi with tears in her eyes. Chu Moan, pass on our decree. Let them leave Green Summit Mountain safely. If anyone resists, their entire family will be exterminated, ordered Yi Hongyi sternly. Chu Moan was unwilling but still left. Once Chu Moan and the others left, only Yao Moan and Yi Hongyi were left in the cave. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Your Majesty, Wan is guilty, please punish me. Yao Mo felt that in a situation where she had absolutely no chance of winning, if she stubbornly straightened her neck, she would only end up getting chopped. In the face of life and death, moral integrity really wasn't worth a fart. Moreover, her current groveling was only one of the ways she was seeking to save herself. It did not mean that there was something wrong with her character. You don't hate Jin. The words from that night still rang in his ears. Yi Hongyi walked towards Yao Mo step by step, but he didn't extend his hand to help her up. Hate, Moen has hated your majesty ever since she found out the truth behind eldest sister's death. Eldest sister treated Wanner so well, if I don't get revenge for eldest sister, how can Wanner deserve to live in this world? Yao Moen knelt on the ground and buried her head between her knees. Her voice was very low, but it was very clear. Since that's the case, then why kneel before me? Yi Hongyi smiled bitterly. The heavens really love to tease people. Of these sisters of the same father and mother, he hated one to the core, but also loved the other to the core. Because Wanner has held on to her hatred for so long, she has never truly understood your majesty. In Wanner's heart, your majesty even wanted to kill someone as good as eldest sister, so how could he possibly be sincere towards Wanner? But now, Wanner knows that she was wrong. Yao Mo tears silently fell, closing the chicken blood on her neck and soaking her clothes. Why do you know that you were wrong? Yi Hongyi was unable to watch Yao Mo's snow-white neck bleed and remain indifferent. He tore off the robe he was wearing and slowly knelt on the ground. Does your majesty believe me? Wanner made this trip with the determination to die. In Wanner's opinion, no matter what, your majesty wouldn't let Fengyihan and the others go for Wanner. So Wanner brought a dagger. Since I can't save them, I might as well give them my life, but... Yao Mo raised her eyes, sparkling and translucent, and subconsciously took a corner of the robe from Yi Hongyi's hands. If she let Yi Hongyi bandage her wound, it would be hard to avoid giving herself away, Yao Mo thought. But what? Yi Hongyi looked at the lovely person in front of him with heartache, unwilling to shift his gaze. But Wanner didn't expect that your majesty would actually be willing to let them go, just for Wanner. How could Wanner not be moved by this? How could she not reflect on herself? It's true that no one can change eldest sister's death, but your majesty's heart towards Wanner is also true. Yao Mo hastily wrapped a corner of the robe around her neck, then looked towards Yi Hongyi emotionally. So Wanner is willing to return to the palace with us. Yi Hongyi lightly pulled Yao Mo into his arms. When he raised his head slightly, a tear slid down and landed on Yao Mo's cheek. If it wasn't for the fact that Wuming didn't act according to the plan Yi Hongyi had arranged beforehand, Yao Mo really would have thought that Yi Hongyi was stupid to the extreme. So when Yao Mo saw King Lulan, Fengyihan, Di Feng, Duan Zitong, and Han Genie locked up in the 5 prison carriages made of profound iron, she suddenly felt that she had been too conceited. How could she ask a wolf to reject meat just because he had fallen in love with sheep? How could a narrow-minded beast like Yi Hongyi be willing to be lenient just because of her words? Wuming kowtows in salute to your majesty. When Wuming appeared in front of the carriage with a complacent expression, Yao Mo knew that her plan had failed. Why are you here? Yi Hongyi's brows were tightly furrowed, his voice filled with unconcealable anger. Wuming has already imprisoned Fengyihan and the others in the carriage. Your majesty, please take a look. Wuming ignored Yi Hongyi's suspicions. He only wanted to see shock and anger in Yao Mo's eyes. Your majesty is lying to Wanner. The moment the carriage curtain was lifted, Yao Mo's heart went cold. She saw that Fengyihan and the others were all imprisoned. Their bodies were weak and powerless, clearly affected by bone-softening powder. We can't let them leave. Otherwise, Great Chu will be in danger. Warner, don't worry about this. Yi Hongyi's face was indistinguishable from purple as he spoke guiltily. So your majesty was putting on a show for Warner. It was Warner who was too naive, extremely stupid. Yao Imo Wan's tears flowed. As she spoke, she was about to jump off the carriage when Yi Hongyi sealed her acupuncture point. Your majesty, Wu Ming will deal with them right away. Seeing Yao Imo Wan's cold eyes, Wu Ming's lips curved in a cold smile. If your majesty dares to touch the 5 of them, Moan will definitely bite her tongue to commit suicide. In any case, your majesty doesn't care about Moan's life or death, so let this dog kill them. Yao Imo Wan glared at Yi Hongyi and shouted resolutely. Your majesty, don't listen to this witch's nonsense. She's willing to die. Wu Ming will deal with those 5 people right away. Wu Ming said mockingly, his eyes full of pride. Wait, we've decided to bring them back to the imperial palace. If the 5 countries come to invade, they might still be of use. Yi Hongyi hesitated for a moment before coldly ordering. Your majesty, a long night is fraught with dreams. They can't be left alive. Wu Ming was stunned when he heard this. There's no need to say any more, we've already made up our mind. Yi Hongyi admitted that he was mainly considering Yao Imo Wan's feelings on this matter. Of course, he also wanted to leave a way out for Great Chu. Forgive Wu Ming for being unable to comply, but the 5 of them must be killed. Wu Ming hadn't expected that Yi Hongyi would change his mind. He had originally wanted to kill the 5 people and then shift the blame onto Great Chu. After all, up until now, no one knew that they had fallen into Yi Hongyi's hands. However, if they were left alive, things would be hard to say. Once the news got out, not only would the 5 countries' armies not be drawn to Great Chu, they would be drawn to Great Chu instead. If that happened, what chaos would there be? The armies of the 5 countries would be on the same side as Yi Junqing. Yi Hongyi would be annihilated 1,000 times over. Wu Ming. You disobeyed the imperial edict. You have ulterior motives. No wonder you let Yi Junqing go last time, it turns out you had intentions of defecting to the enemy from the start. Yao Imo Wan angrily rebuked. Your majesty, don't listen to this witch's nonsense. Wu Ming is loyal to Great Chu. Wu Ming glared at Yao Imo Wan, then turned to look at Yi Hongyi. However, Yi Hongyi's expression was steely and his eyes were cold. Chapter 507. Wu Ming, Jin knows you're the captain of the Iron Blood Corps and also knows the status of the Iron Blood Corps in Great Chu. But remember, Jin is the ruler of a country. Right now, Jin orders you to bring the 5 of them safely to the imperial palace. Do you understand? Yi Hongyi's words were as cold as ice, especially the light in his eyes that were like sharp arrows. Wu Ming originally wanted to persist, but when he thought that if he continued to confront Yi Hongyi, it was very likely that he would anger Yi Hongyi. Seeing as it wasn't the time to shed all pretense of cordiality with Yi Hongyi, he suppressed his anger and agreed. It was at least a 5-day journey from Qing Feng Mountain to Chu Palace. In order to not attract too much attention, Wu Ming sealed the acupuncture points of Feng Yihan and the others, drugged them with bone-softening powder and then thrown them into the same carriage. Because they chose to avoid the bustling market, they mainly ate wild rabbit and snake meat. It was already late at night and there were 2 bonfires in the forest. Even though Yao Imo Wan was extremely unwilling, Yi Hongyi still pulled Yao Imo Wan to his side. As for Wu Ming and the others, they gathered around the other bonfire and threw the cooked food into the hands of Han Jini and the others who were tied up. Wan are you still blaming Jin? Seeing Yao Imo Wan lower her eyes and not say anything, Yi Hongyi felt very uncomfortable. Wan doesn't dare and has no reason to blame your majesty. Yao Mo Wan spoke indifferently, but in her heart, she was thinking about how to save Han Genie and the others. On the way, Yao Mo Wan secretly noticed that other than Wu Ming, who was an expert, the rest were Imperial guards. As long as they removed the bone-softening powder from Han Genie and the others, they would have a high chance of winning. Right now, the most important thing was to think of a way to get the antidote for the bone-softening powder on Wu Ming's body. Then it's still Jin's fault. Warner, it's not that Jin has to detain them and not let them go. Have you ever thought that if we let them go, once they return, they will definitely send troops to attack Jin? It wasn't that Yi Hongyi didn't suspect that Yao Mo Wan was pretending to surrender, but he was more willing to give Yao Mo Wan one last chance. They won't, we have their signed credentials in our hands. They are all monarchs of a country, they won't go back on their words. Yao Mo Wan looked up blankly and refuted. A credentials without the imperial seal is just a piece of waste paper in Jin's eyes. In their eyes, it's the same. Yi Hongyi explained. Then your majesty, why did you put on such an act in the cave? Yao Moan glanced at Nameless out of the corner of her eye and discovered that Nameless was glaring at her. If his eyes were big enough, Yao Moan really suspected that his eyeballs would roll out. As a result, Yao Moan's lips curled up as she thought of a plan. Because I care about you. Even if that hashtag said such cruel words before she left, we are still willing to give you a chance. Moan, the matter between us and your older sister isn't what you think it is. Don't listen to Yao Sulwan's lies either. She's just jealous that we dote on you and love you, so she's using Yao Moshin's death to slander us. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, we hope that you won't be fooled by those rumors. Actually, your older sister and Yi Junqing aren't innocent. That child isn't Jin's either. The reason Jin didn't explain it to the world was because I wanted to leave your older sister some dignity, understand? Yi Hongyi gently caressed Yao Moan's hair as he spoke in a gentle voice. She didn't know if it was because he was used to it, but the current Yi Hongyi was still treating Yao Moan as the foolish child from back then. He was telling the crudest lies in an attempt to muddle his way through. Really? Yao Moan followed the strength of Yi Hongyi's hand and slowly leaned against his chest. Ripples of ice appeared in her deep eyes as the hatred in her heart surged and filled every cell in her body. Yao Moan suddenly thought that if she was a demoness, she would definitely reach her hand into Yi Hongyi's chest and pull out his heart to see what kind of black blood flowed out. Warner, don't betray us anymore. In this world, there's no one who would treat you as well as we do. For you, we don't care about being called an incapable ruler. For you, we don't care about the country of Great Chu. We only love one woman in this life, and that's you. Yi Hongyi's arms around Yao Moan's waist tightened. He rested his chin on Yao Moan's snow-white shoulder as he said the most moving words of love in the world. However, in Yao Moan's ears, they sounded like the world's biggest joke. Because of Yao Moan's insistence, Yi Hongyi slept in the tent that had already been set up while Yao Moan stayed in the carriage. When night fell, Nameless assigned the Imperial Guards to stand guard at night while he himself stood guard next to Han Genie and the others' carriage, not daring to relax for even a moment. Master. A faint voice like that of a mosquito rang out. Yao Moan had originally been a light sleeper. When she heard the voice, she instantly got up. Seeing that Yu Er was right in front of her, Yao Moan's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. Why have you come? Yao Moan did her best to keep her voice low in fear of startling Nameless and the Imperial Guards. As Master's hidden guards, we've already failed in our duties. Master, Feng Lin and the others are nearby. We'll help you out. Yu Er moved to help Yao Moan up as she spoke. That won't do. Han Genie and the others have been poisoned by bone-softening powder. If we really fight, we have no chance of victory. Yu Er, think of a way to get some knockout medicine. This consort naturally has a way to obtain the antidote. Even without Yuer, Yao Moen had already thought of a way to deal with Nameless. Now that she had Yuer's help, she was full of confidence. Once Yuer left, Yao Moen couldn't sleep anymore. The appearance of the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning caused Yao Moen to be half happy and half worried. She was happy that with their help, her chances of victory had increased slightly. She was worried that their departure wouldn't attract Yi Junqing's attention. What she didn't want to see the most was Yi Junqing putting himself in danger again because of her. As he thought about this, dawn came. Yuer's work efficiency wasn't just high. Around dawn, Yao Moen had already hidden the knockout medicine that she had Yuer prepare in her sleeves. After an entire day's journey, the two carriages still hadn't left this forest. It wasn't until around 5 in the evening that Yi Hongyi and the others could only sleep in the open like last night. Your Majesty, drink some water. Next to the bonfire, Yao Moen didn't miss the opportunity to bring the water to Yi Hongyi with a sweet smile. Wan Yi Hongyi looked towards Yao Moen meaningfully. After hesitating for a long while, he accepted the porcelain bowl and drained it in one gulp. Your Majesty, Wan and Commandant Nameless have a deep misunderstanding. Since Wan has chosen to return to Your Majesty's side, there are some misunderstandings that can't be resolved. Wan wishes to use water in place of wine to toast Commandant Nameless, is that all right? Yao Moen blinked her clear eyes. Her innocent gaze caused Yi Hongyi to tremble. This was the Wan he loved the most, the Wan he loved the most. When Yao Moen walked up to Nameless, Nameless really didn't even want to look at her. Commandant Nameless isn't willing to give this consort this face. Yao Moen handed the water to Nameless. Her cherry lips curved into a cold smile and her eyes flickered with cold light. Yao Moen, don't think that this commandant can't do anything to you. This commandant definitely won't let the matter of Great Shu go. Whenever he thought about how Yao Moen had cut off his belt, Nameless felt that his brilliance in this life had been ruined by Yao Moen. How do you know that Moen won't let the matter go? A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Yi Hongyi is over there and both you and I have our reasons to fear him. So, Commandant Darren has to act even if you don't want to. The porcelain bowl in Yao Moen's hand moved closer. Humph. Nameless refused. John Doe, who are you trying to fool with that arrogant look of yours? Do you believe that if you still don't accept it, this consort will pounce on you right now and say that you're taking liberties with this consort? Yao Moen lifted her brows and threatened. You don't know shame. Nameless glared hatefully at Yao Moen. Shame. This consort only said it casually and you don't know shame. Then Moen dares to ask Lord Nameless, which of the things that you've done are shameless? Yao Moen rolled her eyes at Nameless for free, causing Nameless to seethe with anger. Yao Moen, this old man can drink this water, but don't blame this old man for not warning you. This time, if you dare to take one wrong step, you'll definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. Nameless angrily accepted the porcelain bowl and drank it clean. Chapter 508. Nameless had the most aphrodisiac in his bowl, so the second he drank it, Nameless felt the world spin around him. Even Yao Moen, who was right next to him, couldn't see clearly. Nameless, you should thank this consort for not putting arsenic in the water. When Yao Moen bent over to take the bowl, she grabbed the antidote from Nameless' belt. Then she helped the unconscious Nameless lean against the side of the carriage. Many thanks, Master Commandant. Yao Moen took the bowl and glanced at Yi Hongyi who had his back to her. She then walked around the carriage to enter. Without Master Commandant's permission, no one is allowed to approach the carriage. The Imperial Guard immediately stopped Yao Moen. Are you deaf? Just now, Master Nameless already allowed this consort to visit Princess Hanyue. You dare to stop this consort? Yao Moen looked towards the guard. Although her voice was low, it didn't diminish in the slightest. Ah. This subordinate doesn't dare, it's just that. In front of Yao Moen, even the all-powerful Yi Junqing felt inferior, let alone a mere imperial guard. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Nameless. If you still don't believe me, you can go ask His Majesty. However, based on your questioning of this consort's sentence of exterminating your entire family would be a light sentence. Yao Moen snorted coldly as she looked towards the guard. When the guard heard this, he immediately retreated to the side. Yao Moen hadn't been able to find a chance to see Han Genie and the others ever since they left Green Summit Mountain. Now that she entered the carriage, Yao Moen's tears flowed down. She saw that Han Genie, Feng Yihan, and the others were all exhausted and didn't even have the strength to sit. Moen has let everyone down. Moen will definitely return this favor in the future. As Yao Moen spoke, she fed Han Genie and the others the antidote. There's no need to say anything in the future. Once we escape, you have to treat us to a good meal, we're so hungry. After Han Genie ate the antidote, he felt a bit better, so he stated his conditions very realistically. Of course, there's enough brown rice porridge. Yi Hongyi and Nameless have already been taken care of by Moen. The remaining Imperial Guards are nothing to be afraid of. In a bit, we can't keep fighting, let's escape first. Yao Moen fed the last antidote to Duan Zitong, then turned around and walked to the front of the carriage. She glanced sideways at Han Genie, Feng Yihan and Di Feng. Don't worry, I've more or less recovered. Han Genie saw the inquiry in Yao Moen's gaze and nodded slightly. Yao Moen was speechless. She took a deep breath and then lifted the curtain. However, at this moment, her entire body froze in front of the carriage. She suddenly felt as if the crows above her head were forming a one, and then a person as they slowly flew past. 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping wildly in her heart. Yao Mo Wan. Wu Ming has already warned you. One dangerous step and you will be doomed eternally. In front of the carriage, Wu Ming's ferocious face wore the most wretched and creepy smile in the world. In front of Nameless, Yi Hongyi's eyes were like whirlpools in the middle of an ocean at midnight, deep and gloomy, absolutely terrifying. We want to know, the things you said these past few days, were they all just an act? Yi Hongyi stood in front of the carriage with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly staring at Yao Moen, who was at the very front of the carriage. Your Majesty wouldn't take it seriously, right? As matters stood, no matter how glib her tongue was, it was impossible for Yi Hongyi to believe that she had only come to this carriage as a passerby. Why? Why do you have to treat us like this? We have even forgiven all of your betrayals, we only want to treat you like before. But why do you still mix around with them? In your heart, are they more important than us? Under the moonlight, Yi Hongyi's face was like a ghost, filled with killing intent. No, in this world, there is no one who can compare to the position your Majesty holds in Moen's heart. Because even if all the waters of the Eastern Sea and the shores of the Western Sea were used up, it still wouldn't be able to wash away the hatred in Moen's heart. Yi Hongyi, do you know how much Ma Xin holds in Moen's heart? Do you know how much Zhong holds in Moen's heart? If I don't personally kill you in front of eldest sister's grave, Moen truly wouldn't be able to die in peace. Since things had already reached this point, Yao Moen really had no reason to feign civility with Yi Hongyi. We've been husband and wife for 2 years, we treat you like a pearl and a treasure, could it be that you're still indifferent to all of this? Yi Hongyi's voice was trembling, his eyes shooting out a dark green light. I do. Towards His Majesty's pampering, Moen only felt disgusted. Every time His Majesty smiles at Moen, do you know what Moen is thinking? Moen really wants to slap His Majesty so hard that he spins like a spinning top. The truth hurt people, but Yao Moen's truth hurt even more. Yao Moen. You deserve to die. Yi Hongyi's fists cracked, veins popped out on his forehead and his eyes bulged like a frog's. Your Majesty, Wu Ming will capture Yao Moen and bring her over for you to deal with. When Wu Ming saw the killing intent in Yi Hongyi's eyes, he was overjoyed. Although there were orders from above not to harm Yao Moen's life, he couldn't kill her, but that didn't mean Yi Hongyi couldn't kill her. Seeing Wu Ming charge towards the carriage, Han Jini abruptly pulled Yao Moen over and attacked Wu Ming with his palm. However, what Yao Moen never expected was that the instant they clashed, Han Jini's body fell into the carriage like a fallen leaf swept away by the wind, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Yao Moen, do you really think that this master military officer's martial arts are so bad that I couldn't even hear when someone contacted you? Since your Majesty and this master military officer didn't faint, then the antidote is naturally fake. Ha! Even with all your schemes, it's only this much. Yao Moen. Don't blame this master military officer, it's you who doesn't know what's good for you. Wu Ming's eyes were dark and cold. He suddenly jumped onto the carriage and reached out to grab Yao Moen. Practically at the same time, several cold lights shot towards Wu Ming. Wu Ming had no choice but to retreat several steps. When he raised his eyes, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning had already separated to the four corners of the carriage. Master! This subordinate came late and startled Master. Feng Lin's voice was deep and cold as he shouted solemnly. Wu Ming's martial arts are unfathomable, you guys be careful. Inside the carriage, Yao Moen held Han Jini in her arms and warned worriedly. With just the four of you, you're still not this master military officer's match. Wu Ming was conceited as he looked at the four people in front of him. His eyes flashed and he immediately rushed forward with his palm. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning didn't dare to be careless and each used their special skills. Their weapons clashed and sparks flew everywhere. The forest instantly became as bright as day and the ear-piercing sound of friction hurt Yao Moen's eardrums. After more than 10 moves, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were all injured to varying degrees by Wu Ming's palm. Seeing that wind, rain, thunder, and lightning couldn't do anything, Yao Moen's eyes gradually became worried. Opposite her, Yi Hongyi's gaze never left Yao Moen. The hatred in his heart was hard to quench. He couldn't accept this. Yao Moen was the only woman he had ever loved in this life. Yi Hongyi couldn't accept this kind of result no matter what. Master! Drive the carriage and leave first. In the air, Feng Lin shouted loudly. He had already decided that even if he had to risk his life, he would protect Master and leave. Yao Moen wasn't a heartless person. If it weren't for the fact that Feng Yihan and the others were still in the carriage, Yao Moen wouldn't have left wind, rain, thunder, and lightning behind no matter what. But right now, she had no other choice. When Yao Moen heard this, she leaped to the front of the carriage and pulled on the reins with both hands. However, Imperial guards had already rushed forward and cut the reins. The horse ran off and the front of the carriage instantly fell to the ground. Yao Moen lost her balance and fell down. When she saw that she was going to hit the ground head first, Yao Moen simply closed her eyes. However, in the next second, a familiar scent entered her nose. Yao Moen didn't want to open her eyes. She was afraid of seeing the person she missed so much but didn't want to see. However, she couldn't refuse this kind of warm embrace. She really wanted to stay here for the rest of her life and never leave. Yi Junqing. You actually still dare to appear in front of us. The moment Yao Moen fell, Yi Hongyi couldn't help but rush forward. In that instant, Yi Hongyi knew that no matter how ruthless Yao Moen's heart was, he wouldn't be able to let go of this woman. However, Before he could act, someone else beat him to it. Chapter 509. Moen, are you alright? In this 1 month, all words were useless. Not a single word could describe how much he longed for Yao Moen. He had never felt this kind of burning sensation before. This was also the result of this 1 month. He knew that the woman in his arms was the true love of his life. No one could surpass her, no one could replace her. Even the Yao Machine from back then hadn't made him feel this way. When he had told Yan Nanxing about this feeling, Yan Nanxing had thought about it for a long time. In the end, he had told him that he liked the new and hated the old. However, even though he felt guilty, he couldn't suppress his longing for Yao Moen. I'm fine. Yao Moen resisted the urge to hug Yi Juanqing's neck and cry. She silently retreated from Yi Juanqing's embrace and walked towards the carriage with difficulty to help Han Genie up. At this moment, Han Genie wanted to cry. He had shaken heaven and earth for over a decade, but he had never been so cowardly. Yi Hongyi, today isn't the time to fight. This prince only wants to take them away. Under the night sky, Yi Juanqing's eyes were clear and emotionless. It was as if the moonlight had coated them with a layer of silver, making them seem like an immortal's residence that no one dared to profane. With us here, none of you can think of leaving. Yi Juanqing, today, we will let you know the consequences of betraying us. As Yi Hongyi roared, Nameless whistled with his pinky. Meiji, Thousand Faces, Baijian, and Mo Chang, who had been hiding in the shadows, appeared behind Yi Hongyi with 100 death soldiers. Since you've come, then don't leave, said Nameless coldly. Wu Ming said coldly. Now that things had come to this, if they were to rescue the rulers of the 5 countries, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, he had no other choice but to kill them all. Nameless, if you dare touch a single hair on this Alliance Head's junior brother, this Alliance Head will pluck out all the hair on your body. Listen up, not a single hair will be left. Just as Yao Moen was in shock, a figure in red descended from the sky and landed lightly by Yi Juanqing's side. Behind her were over 10 martial arts experts. Yan Nanxing. Although you're the Alliance Head of the martial arts world, your martial arts aren't worthy of this captain's attention, said Nameless coldly. County Commandant, Meiji requests to go to battle. We will definitely capture Yan Nanxing alive. The moment she saw Yan Nanxing, Meiji's eyes brightened. Her sharp eyes stared at Yan Nanxing fiercely. Her gaze made Yan Nanxing's stomach churn, and the taste of chicken overflowed. Nameless kid. Since you dare to capture my master, Grandpa Qiao will let you know why flowers are so red today. As soon as Meiji finished speaking, a black shadow dashed up. When he landed, people didn't see where he was. When they looked down, they saw Qiao Jiao standing in front of the carriage with a pale face. Then, more than 10 figures landed. They were all the top experts of 10,000 Emperor City. Capturing Supreme Lord Han was purely an accident. Nameless will now return Supreme Lord Han to all of you. I hope that all of you will not participate in the internal strife of Great Chu. How about that? The moment Master Qiao appeared, Wu Ming knew his martial arts skill was not low, his heart was slightly shaken, he wanted to return Han Jin-yi to avoid any conflict. When Lord Qiao heard this, he didn't say anything. He turned to look at Han Genie who was resting in Yao Moen's embrace. Did this Supreme Lord's blood flow for nothing? Han Genie wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips, his voice as cold as a deep lake. Only now did Master Qiao see that Han Genie had suffered internal injuries. Blood instantly rushed to his head and he turned to glare angrily at Nameless. Right at this time, a muffled sound suddenly came from behind Nameless. 5 soldiers of the Iron Blood Corps died before they even had a chance to make a sound. Given Nameless skills, if someone had thrown a hidden weapon in front of him, there was no way he wouldn't have been able to see it. So there was only one possibility. There were enemies hidden in the shadows, and they were most likely Yi Junqing's people. Yi Junqing, if we really fought today, Nameless might not be able to defeat you. However, Nameless can be sure that you won't be able to gain any advantage. Nameless agreed to let you take the people away, but that's all. The meaning behind his words was that they shouldn't fight. Nameless. Yi Hongyi hadn't expected that Nameless would cower and immediately shouted angrily. Nameless took a deep breath, then walked to Yi Hongyi's side and muttered a few words in a low voice. The meaning behind his words was that there were several people hidden in the shadows. If they fought, only they would suffer. Yi Hongyi calmed himself down. Only now did he notice that there seemed to be several powerful surges of internal energy surging in the shadows. He was greatly shocked. Mountains and rivers will meet again. Yi Hongyi, remember this. What you owe Ma Xin, Junqing will get it back for her bit by bit. Let's go. Yi Junqing was also aware of the strength of Nameless, Mei Ji, Thousand Faces, and the others behind him. Adding on the fact that he didn't want to settle the debt with Yi Hongyi here, he ordered Ben Lei and the others to push the carriage away. Yao Moen. We will give you one last chance. If you come back now, you will still be the true Empress, the woman at the apex of our hearts. If you leave, we definitely won't forgive you the next time we meet. Yi Hongyi's footsteps loosened as he took a step forward, his eyes filled with boundless hope. King Chu, please remember this. The next time we meet, Moen will definitely take your head. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Hongyi coldly. That gaze was like the sharpest blade that fiercely scraped against every inch of Yi Hongyi's skin. The pain was unbearable. As he watched the carriage leave, Yi Hongyi raised his head to the sky and howled. We didn't do anything wrong. Yao Maxin deserves to die. We can only live if she dies. Yi Junqing. Yao Moen. We will make all of you regret this. Ah. Once Yi Hongyi and the others left, Chu Mabe walked out of the shadows and glanced meaningfully in the direction Yao Moen had left in. Master, Yin Xiong doesn't understand. You came all this way to save the crown princess, why did you let her leave? Next to Chu Mabe, Yin Xiong and Soulbreaker Sanmeng both looked towards Chu Mabe in confusion. The rarest things in this world are those that can't be obtained and those that have already been lost. Since she's already the crown princess, then just treat it as if this crown prince doesn't care for her. Let's go. Chu Mabe's thin lips curved in a meaningful smile as he turned and walked in front. Behind him, Yin Xiong and Soulbreaker Sanmeng looked at each other in dismay. They both felt that their master was just trying to look impressive. If he didn't care for her, then why would he rush here without stopping even after the snake venom had been cleared? They had all seen how he had eaten and slept in the open on the way here. If this was called not caring for her, then if he cared for her, then wouldn't he be asking for her life? That's right, he didn't care about why he had run out of the room in such a hurry when he heard that Yao Moen had been thrown into prison. Why had his mind been filled with Yao Moen's infuriating smile the entire time? But how was he supposed to get out of that situation just now? He wasn't sure if Yao Moen would obediently follow him back to Great Shu if he opened his mouth. He had never been rejected by anyone in his life. If he was rejected by Yao Moen in front of so many people, then would he still be able to live in the future? His heart was in disarray like a fallen leaf in the wind, but also like a lone boat in the vast blue sea. He was hesitant and helpless. He had fallen in love, right? When he realized this, Chu Mabe began to cry. The most tragic thing in this world wasn't marrying the opponent he hated the most and giving him his heart. It was that after he gave his heart to someone else, he actually didn't dare to open his mouth. Had his, Chu Mabe's, strong self-confidence been boosted by a dog? At dawn, Yi Junqing's group had already reached the small village outside the forest. Everyone stopped walking. Most of the bone-softening powder on Feng Yihan and the others had already dispersed. Esteemed Prince, Moen, all good things must come to an end. The reason Yihan is safe and sound is all thanks to you too. Yihan has been away from Great Qi for a long time, so I'll bid my farewells here. There are no words to express my gratitude. Han will naturally repay you. Feng Yihan was the first to speak. Yao Moen knew that the country couldn't go a day without a monarch. If Feng Yihan didn't return to Great Qi soon, there might be unforeseen events, so she ordered Feng Lin and Yu Er to escort him back. Di Feng also spoke up. Sirs, Di Feng will also be taking his leave first. But don't worry, as long as you two need it, Great Xia will definitely do its best. Also, if you two personally kill Yi Hongyi, don't forget to stab him a few times for this old man. That bastard dared to use a leopard to scare me. Even dying 10,000 times wouldn't be enough. As Di Feng spoke hatefully, Duan Zitong also walked over. Little sister Moen, Zitong knows that you still haven't gotten your revenge, so I won't disturb you any longer. If you need Zitong's help in the future, Zitong will definitely not disappoint you, said Duan Zitong resolutely. Lei Ting, Dian Shan, you two escort Princess Hanhua back to the south. Although Yao Moen was reluctant, she knew that it wasn't good to stay in Great Chu for long. In order to prevent Yi Hongyi from not giving up, sending them away was the best plan. Little sister, there's no need to trouble yourself. Zitong doesn't want to return to the south for now. Zitong wants to go to Great Xia with Emperor Xia to feast my eyes. I wonder if Emperor Xia is willing. Duan Zitong's affectionate gaze fell on Di Feng, her cherry lips hooked into a bashful smile. Di Feng hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he really couldn't explain to old Emperor Xia if he brought a princess back for no reason. There was still half a year until the 3-year deadline. It wouldn't be good if old Emperor Xia misunderstood that he went back on his word. Seeing Di Feng's hesitation, Duan Zitong's eyes darkened slightly. Princess Hanhua is going to Great Xia on behalf of Yao Manifest Business to discuss business related to rattan chairs. It wouldn't be good for Emperor Xia to refuse, right? Yao Moen knew what Duan Zitong was thinking, so she added fuel to the fire. Of course I won't refuse. Di Feng would be honored. Seeing that there was a way out, Di Feng immediately relented. Duan Zitong's eyes flashed and she turned to look towards Yao Moen with gratitude. Yao Moen naturally wouldn't let Di Feng and Duan Zitong travel alone, so she ordered Lei Ting and Dian Shan to accompany and protect them. Speaking of how Duan Zitong obtained the old Emperor Xiao's favor and was given a marriage to Di Feng, that was a story for later. King Lulan, who hadn't spoken for a long time, thought about it for a long time and decided to go with Yi Junqing first. Afterwards, he would order the Lulan guards to bring him back. This was the safest way and Yao Moen was happy to do it. One girl, you're not going back with this old man. King Lulan saw that Yao Moen was just standing there without any intention of following, so he asked in confusion. Moen. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing hesitantly, but didn't know what to say. King Lulan saw that the two of them seemed to have something to say, so he tactfully left. Once King Lulan walked over, Yao Moen was just about to say something when she heard Han Genie cough loudly from the sedan behind her. Is Supremacy Han alright? She knew best how Han Genie had gotten injured. Yao Moen had no reason to abandon Han Genie and leave right now. Furthermore, she didn't want to go back with Yi Junqing. Even if her longing for him was a disaster, she still had her own principles. Moen, I'm sorry. When we left Great Shu, Junqing really didn't think that such a big thing would happen. Ever since he found out that the mysterious person had saved nameless and injured Han Jini and Yin Shui, as well as Yi Hongyi, Yi Junqing was filled with regret. He had only left Yao Moen for a month and such a big thing had happened. He suddenly felt that his choice back then was wrong. Since his departure hadn't allowed Yao Moen to escape danger, he should have kept Yao Moen by his side. At the very least, when danger approached, he would be able to face it with her. With Genie here, no matter how big the matter, Moen will be safe and sound. Yao Moen patted Han Genie's back, her voice as calm as water. Moen, take good care of supremacy Han. Junqing bids farewell. His heart fell silent for a moment. When Yi Junqing saw Yao Moen's hand gently resting on Han Genie's body, his heart inexplicably tightened. He didn't know where this resentment came from, but he blurted out these words that went against his heart. Go on, did Moen hold you back? Yao Moen was also unhappy, so she turned her back to Yi Junqing. When she heard Yi Junqing's footsteps getting further and further away, Yao Moen's heart was filled with indignation. Couldn't you have begged a little longer? He's already gone before you start crying. Isn't it too late? When Han Genie saw Yao Moen's misty eyes, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. What are you saying? I'm crying because of you. What does it have to do with Moen whether he leaves or not? Yao Moen wiped away her tears and patted Han Genie's back even harder. When Han Genie heard this, he didn't say anything, but his lips curved in a bitter smile. If he could really get a single tear from Yao Moen, then even death would be worth it. Are you trying to slap supremacy to death? At the side, Grandpa Chiao was displeased and glared at Yao Moen. What are you glaring at me for? If you don't want me to say it, then I won't say it. It wasn't my idea that you were viciously assaulted in the brothel. What did I do to offend you? If you keep glaring at me, believe it or not, I'll dig out your eyeballs. Yao Moen abruptly stood up and glared angrily at Grandpa Chiao with her watery eyes. She had completely dumbfounded Grandpa Chiao. Chapter 5:10. Only when Yao Moen entered the carriage did Master Chiao regain his senses. Yao Moen, what kind of attitude is this? You can't speak nonsense. When did this old man ever allow someone to destroy a flower? Master Chiao was enraged. He couldn't compromise over something that would damage his reputation. Forget it, counter attitude on this Supreme Lord. Drive the carriage. Han Genie knew that Yao Moen was upset, so she helped her block Master Chiao's questioning. Master Chiao had originally wanted to argue with Yao Moen in a righteous manner, but the other party had a backer and the backer was his master. Thus, he could only endure and wait for a chance to retaliate. Just as the carriage was about to leave, Ben Lei suddenly appeared and blocked the carriage without any regard for his life. Master, Ben Lei has something to report. Master Chiao tugged on the reins and turned to look towards Yao Moen. He hoped that Ben Lei would be able to take this damned jinx away. In the forest, Yao Moen was clutching the leaves in her hands as she unintentionally tore them into strips and threw them on the ground. Master, ever since Prince returned from Great Shu, he seemed to have changed. He spent all day and night researching tactics. In 3 days, he took down Ximin City. Before he came to rescue Master, Prince had just taken down Yuanyang City. Before he even entered Yuanyang residence, he received news that Master was in trouble, so he rushed over to Qingfeng Mountain. Ben Lei used the most concise words to describe Yi Junqing's achievements in the past month. So you think that if this consort isn't by his side, he'll be incomparably wise and farsighted? Yao Moen felt that this was what Ben Lei was trying to say. Master is wise. Ben Lei just wants to say that in order to save Master, Prince hasn't slept for 5 days. Ben Lei had always been clumsy with words, especially when he saw Yao Moen's current expression. Then is this consort's matter disturbing his rest? Yao Moen was verbally making things difficult for Ben Lei, but she couldn't remain indifferent. Indeed, this had been her original goal. Perhaps if she wasn't present, Yi Junqing wouldn't have any burdens, so he would use a month to take down 2 cities. This kind of speed could definitely be called godly speed. After all, the enemy's strength and hers were evenly matched, so it wasn't impossible for them to fight for half a year. Master, you know that Ben Lei is clumsy with words. What Ben Lei means is... Ben Lei panicked. Why didn't his master understand what he was saying? Don't say anything if you're dumb. I don't want to know what you mean. You only need to know Ben Gong's intentions, said Yao Moen solemnly as she sealed Ben Lei's mouth. Then what does master mean? Ben Lei lifted his head and looked towards Yao Moen with hope in his eyes. You can scram now. Get out of my sight without stopping. She glanced towards Ben Lei. What Ben Lei feared the most was Yao Mo Wan's gaze that was as sharp as the wind, so he could only hang his head and leave. Yao Moen inwardly let out a long sigh of relief as she watched Ben Lei walk away. She had only just turned around when she saw that red dress leisurely leaning against the tree. That red dot in the midst of a myriad of greenery was enough to topple the world. However, right now, Yao Moen really wasn't in the mood to appreciate Yan Nanqing's heavenly beauty. Not only was she not in the mood, she didn't even lift her eyes. Ben Lei means that in order to fulfill your wish, Yi Junqing is willing to give up his life. Yan Nanqing held a leaf between his lips. His gaze was filled with an indescribable charm. Even a nun who had cultivated for many years and had no distractions would feel her heart flutter when she saw this scene. This was what Yao Moen thought. Moen has never forced him. Yao Moen denied Yan Nanqing's accusations. Back when Yi Junqing had been present, she hadn't even dared to look at him closely. She was afraid that a single glance would cause her to lose the courage to leave. So You didn't. If you didn't, then why did you leave him? Why did you say that you would leave Ma Xin's revenge to him and that you wouldn't interfere? The meaning of your words is clearly that you despise Yi Junqing for walking too slowly, so you're extremely disappointed. That's why if the eye doesn't see, the heart won't be vexed, right? Yan Nanqing lifted his brows as he looked towards Yao Moen. He thought that his reasoning was reasonable, but Yao Moen only smiled coldly. What are you smiling about? Asked Yan Nanqing disapprovingly. I'll have to trouble you to return to the private school and study properly and practice your calligraphy. Your words are completely illogical and don't match the cause. Also, your calligraphy is as elegant as a dancing dragon and as a dancing phoenix. Dare I ask, after you finish writing, will you be able to recognize it? Asked Yao Moen mockingly. Yao Moen, you can insult my logic, but you can't insult my calligraphy. This alliance master's teacher is the great calligrapher Wei Min. Do you know that? Yan Nanqing felt that his personality was being looked down upon, so he retorted loudly. Wei Moen, I know, but I didn't know that he was actually blind. Yao Moen shook her head regretfully. Blind? Hey, Yao Moen, what do you mean? Yan Nanqing felt like he was fuming. If he wasn't blind, how could he have accepted you as his disciple? Before Yao Moen could reply, a cold voice drifted over. Yao Moen looked in the direction of the voice and couldn't help but purse her lips when she saw that gorgeous green robe. It seemed that Yan Nanqing wasn't in the mood to nag at her anymore. Yao Moen, this alliance master is telling you. Yi Junqing is fighting with his life on the line just to fulfill your wish. If you still want Yi Junqing to keep his life and sit on the throne of Great Chu's emperor, then hurry back. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. That's all I have to say. The moment he saw Meiji, Yan Nanqing felt every hair on his body stand up straight. Immediately after, he used his lightness skill of leaving no trace to run away. Yan Nanxing, you still owe this seat a wedding. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, Meiji will chase you back. Meiji left Yao Moen behind and chased after him. Even when Yao Moen returned to the carriage, she still couldn't calm the shock in her heart. His primordial yang had also been conquered? What a fast speed! She wondered what kind of price Yi Junqing had to pay. On the way, Grandfather Qiao and Yao Moen could be said to be loathsome to each other. In order to prevent Yao Moen from making irresponsible remarks, Grandfather Qiao took the initiative to tell her how he had escaped from the brothel. It turned out that two guests had taken a liking to Grandfather Qiao at the same time and had actually started fighting over him. They fought until the sky darkened and the sun and moon lost their light. It was unknown who had been the one to unseal Grandfather Qiao's acupuncture points. The consequences were obvious. Not to mention those two guests, even the passers-by cleaning the toilets in the brothel had been beaten by Grandfather Qiao to the point that even their parents wouldn't be able to recognize them. Honorable Lord, Moen feels that if Grandfather Qiao doesn't become the steward of 10,000 Imperial City one day, he'll still be able to get rich with this mouth of his, said Yao Moen as she handed the water to Han Genie. Yao Moen, are you doubting this old man's words? This old man swears that everything I said just now was the truth, otherwise I'll be struck by lightning. Grandfather Qiao panicked. This matter concerned his reputation, so he couldn't back down even half a step. Everyone swears that they'll be struck by lightning. The god of thunder really is tired to death. Yao Moen disagreed. Yao Moen, what do I have to do for you to believe me? Asked Grandfather Qiao anxiously. Then Grandfather Qiao, bring that guest of yours over. Moen will personally ask him, suggested Yao Moen. What guest? There's no guest at all. On the way, Yao Moen and Grandfather Qiao had been tangling over the matter of the brothel the entire way. Han Genie watched coldly from the side and knew that Yao Moen didn't really want to argue with Grandfather Qiao. She was just trying to divert his attention. Han Genie suddenly felt a bit regretful. Perhaps at that moment his coughing was unnecessary. If going back with Yi Junqing could make Yao Moen smile from the bottom of her heart, then he wouldn't mind letting go. Chu Imperial City, Central Dragon Palace, give it to me. Heavenly God, please give it to me quickly. Inside the secret room that had been used to refine pills, Yi Hongyi was curled up in a corner. His body was trembling and his ashen face was bloodshot. It was as if there were red lines embedded in Yi Hongyi's skin. Just a glance was enough to make one's soul fly away. Save me, it's so hot. Ah! Yi Hongyi threw the offerings on the table in a frenzy. The cups and plates fell to the ground with a bang and shattered into pieces. At this moment, Yi Hongyi's hands were tightly gripping the table. His eyes were bulging and under the cold light of the night pearls, all of his exposed skin was covered in bulging blood vessels. Do you know where you went wrong? The deep voice seemed to come from 1,000 li away. The deep voice was as beautiful as rain falling on Celadon. Yi Hongyi raised his head as if he had been pardoned and suddenly saw a red pill on the table. It was called the heartless fruit. When he had first tasted the heartless fruit, Yi Hongyi had regarded it as a divine medicine. Now, as long as he took this pill, he would still be full of energy 7 times a night. He had originally thought that as long as Yao Moen came back, he would be able to use this divine pill to win back Yao Moen's heart and make her truly fall in love with him. But now that Yao Moen was gone, what use was there for him to eat this thing? Yi Hongyi's eyes were sinister as he gripped the pill in his hand. He fiercely crushed it and threw it on the ground. Almost at the same time, the burning pain in his body caused him to sink into a bottomless abyss. He couldn't free himself from the pain. Save me! Yi Hongyi rolled on the ground, his forelimbs twitching and his eyes bloodshot. Above his head, Qi Kanglan silently floated in the air. His silver hair fluttered without any wind, beautiful and untainted. In the end, Yi Hongyi finally understood one thing. Thus, disregarding his status and dignity, he lay on the ground and licked the heartless fruit he had just crushed into powder. Only when he licked the last bit of powder into his mouth did the discomfort in Yi Hongyi's body disappear. Deity! Why? Facing the pressure emitted by Qi Kanglan's body, Yi Hongyi actually didn't dare to get up. He only knelt on one knee and begged. Because you've done something wrong. If it wasn't for you, the monarchs of the 5 nations would have died and the 7 nations would have fallen into chaos. Yi Hongyi, your empire won't be for long. Qi Kanglan disdained to converse with this kind of lowly commoner, so every note he spoke was filled with disdain. I beg for deity's help. We will definitely confer deity the title of Great Chu Celestial Sovereign and worship him every day. Yi Hongyi sincerely worshipped him, not daring to have the slightest bit of doubt in his heart. This recipe will definitely allow your Great Chu soldiers to fight 100 enemies and become invincible. The voice was still there and the air was still filled with that mysterious smell. However, the person had already disappeared. On the offering table, a piece of purple rice paper filled with medicinal herbs was quietly placed there. Yi Hongyi slowly stood up and reached out to grab the rice paper. When his blood-colored eyes looked towards that piece of paper, they burst forth with extreme killing intent. The days in 10,000 Emperor City were still outrageously extravagant. Yao Mo Wan stared blankly at the 200 or so dishes in front of her, her mind wandering. Yao Mo Wan, this old man is talking to you. Can you look at this old man? Ever since they returned to 10,000 Emperor City, Grandfather Chiao's care for Yao Mo Wan couldn't be said to be meticulous out of respect for the Honorable Lord, but the most basic food, clothing, shelter, and transportation were still extremely attentive. Grandfather Chiao, stand on the chair. Isn't Mo Wan just looking at you? Said Yao Mo Wan resentfully after regaining her senses. You. I won't lower myself to the same level as a silly little girl like you. The Lord of Honor has ordered that after you finish your breakfast, go to the hot spring at the back of the mountain. The Lord of Honor has something to discuss with you. Master Chiao repeated Han Jini's words. Got it. Yao Mo Wan really didn't have the mood to bicker with Grandfather Chiao. She nodded hastily and got up to leave. Yao Mo Wan. Grandfather Chiao suddenly stopped Yao Mo Wan. His expression was indescribably melancholic. His expression was like a baby whose candy had been snatched away. His eyes could squeeze out tears at any moment. Is there something? Yao Mo Wan was a bit confused. Her words just now weren't too hurtful, right? Yao Mo Wan, you should understand the Honorable Lord's intentions better than anyone else. If you don't plan on accepting the Honorable Lord and becoming the Honorable Lady of 10,000 Emperor City, then please leave. Imagine hanging a piece of meat in front of a dog every day, yet not letting it eat it. How cruel would that be to a dog? Master Chiao's analogy made Yao Mo Wan's lips twitch a couple of times. If the meat bone could talk, it would tell Grandfather Chiao who is more pitiful. Yao Mo Wan smiled bitterly and turned to leave Warm Jade Pavilion. Chapter 5:11. On the way, Yao Mo Wan seriously thought about Master Chiao's words. Perhaps she couldn't stay in 10,000 Emperor City for too long. 10,000 Emperor City really wasn't big. By the time they reached the hot spring, Yao Mo Wan's legs were already weak from exhaustion. Drink a cold drink with this sovereign. Yao Mo Wan heard the voice and looked up. She saw Han Jini wearing a white light robe, his black hair casually draped over his shoulders. The water droplets at the ends of his hair soaked Han Jini's clothes. His imposing silhouette was clearly outlined by the wet clothes. Yao Mo Wan swallowed hard, her heart pounding. Sovereign, do you have something to discuss with Mo1? Yao Mo1 felt her throat was dry and couldn't help but choke. You don't dare to come over. Are you afraid that this sovereign will eat you? Han Genie saw that Yao Mo1 had no intention of walking over and raised his brows. Not at all, not at all. Yao Mo1 smiled. She wasn't afraid that Han Genie would eat her, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself. Sitting next to the purple crystal jade table, Yao Mo1 cupped the cold drink with both hands and gulped it down. A wave of coolness entered her heart and immediately calmed her burning heart. Drinking like this is very harmful to the body. Han Genie casually poured another cup for Yao Mo1. His rough voice was gentle. Drinking like this is very good. Yao Mo1 was a bit addicted and gulped down another cup. It's rare for you to be so happy. Do as you wish. Han Genie looked at Yao Mo1 and opened her mouth to exhale cold air. His thin lips hooked into a faint smile. The feeling of loving someone was really strange. It was as if as long as she smiled, the entire world would be as bright as spring flowers. If she cried, the entire world would be covered in ice and snow. Master Qiao said that Sovereign has something to discuss with Mo1. Yao Mo1 still felt that it wasn't enough, so she picked up the jade pot and poured herself another large cup. When it came to enjoyment, who could compare to Han Genie? First, he extracted the sweet juice from the crystal grapes, then he sealed it with ice. Then, after soaking in the hot spring, he would take out a piece and melt it in a jade pot. When it entered the mouth, it was refreshing with a sweet and sour taste. It was really irresistible. This honored lord has been thinking these past few days about who it was that injured this honored lord in Great Shu's throne room. When Han Genie said this, Yao Moan immediately lifted her eyes and looked towards Han Genie solemnly. Sovereign has thought of it. Yao Mo1 asked doubtfully. Nope. In the entire Jianghu, there are only 3 people who can exchange more than 10 moves with me. 2 of them died 3 days ago. The 10,000 Emperor City even sent a congratulatory gift, Han Genie said seriously. Congratulatory gift. Yao Moan almost choked. Yes, those 2 demons have lived to 180 years old, yet they still refuse to move their legs. You don't know how worried their son is. You should know that old people living for too long will harm their children. Han Genie explained in a serious manner. I don't know. Yao Moan snorted disdainfully. Had the morals of the world already deteriorated to this extent? Of course, if he was 180 years old, it would be the time for him to die of old age. However, when Yao Moan found out that the 2 demons were husband and wife, and that they had died from eating too much, Yao Moan felt that she was still ignorant and ill-informed. Then what about the other one? Yao Mo1 didn't investigate the 2 demons who had stuffed themselves to death for the time being and looked towards Han Genie suspiciously. If this sovereign is willing, Yan Nanxing can still exchange 10 moves with this sovereign. Han Genie was rather proud of himself. Then according to sovereign's meaning, the people who injured sovereign that day were not martial artists of the Central Plains? Yao Moan asked in astonishment. Of course not. Also, those 2 people's martial arts were superb. Although this sovereign was caught off guard, I have to admit that even if this sovereign was completely prepared, I still might not be able to receive 10 moves from those 2. Han Genie's neck that had just straightened softened and he spoke with a bit of hurt. However, this kind of realistic spirit was worth learning by Yao Moan. I didn't think that Nameless would actually invite such powerful helpers. It seems that Moan underestimated him. Yao Moan's brows were full of worry and her heart was filled with unease. Helpers. Ha! With those 2 people's martial arts, they definitely wouldn't submit to Nameless. I'm afraid there's more to this matter. As a martial artist, Han Genie was very clear that based on the strength of those two people who had appeared in Great Shu's throne room, they definitely wouldn't have placed Nameless in their eyes. Since it wasn't Nameless controlling them, then, they were controlling Nameless. Yao Moen's eyes trembled slightly and a bit of doubt rose in her heart. Words are no proof. Right now, we're only guessing. As for the reason, I'm sure that we'll find out in the future. Han Genie took a deep breath and worry flashed through his eyes. He didn't care who those two people were, he only cared about Yao Moen's safety. At that time, that person had clearly wanted to put Yao Moen to death. When he thought of this, Han Genie's heart felt like it was entangled by vines and he found it hard to breathe. While Yao Moen's days could still be considered comfortable, Yuanyang Guesthouse's Yi Junqing had encountered the most troublesome problem since the start of the war. Prince. Why is it like this? After Yu Funing found out that Yi Junqing was fighting day and night without anyone to serve him, she had come all the way from Mangyuan. Even though Yi Junqing had refused several times, Yu Funing had already made up her mind. No matter how Yi Junqing tried to drive her away, she wouldn't leave. Out of respect for Yu Qing, Yi Junqing couldn't say anything too harsh, so he just closed one eye and let Yu Funing stay. At this time, when Yu Funing saw that Yi Junqing was being supported by Ben Lei, she immediately walked over and asked worriedly. How strange. It was just a small vanguard. If Ben Lei fell off his horse, that would be it, but Prince actually wasn't a match, said Ben Lei hatefully. The wound on his leg was throbbing. Miss Yu, I'll have to trouble you to call Imperial Physician Li over for this prince. Ben Lei has suffered very heavy injuries. Yi Junqing looked towards Yu Funing after he was helped to a seat. Prince's wound needs to be immediately bandaged. Ben Lei, go find Li Jun yourself. Yu Funing didn't even raise her head to look at Ben Lei. She only cared about retrieving the best medicine and white gauze from the cabinet on the left. She didn't care whether Yi Junqing was willing or not as she immediately removed his armor and carefully treated his wound. At the side, the corners of Ben Lei's lips twitched. In the end, he didn't have the elegance of a prince. Even if he vomited blood and died in front of Yu Funing right now, she probably wouldn't even turn to look at him. Miss Yu. When Yi Junqing saw that Ben Lei's leg was still bleeding, he anxiously called out but was stopped by Ben Lei. Prince, rest well. Ben Lei will go find that bastard Li Jun right now. Due to all the things that had happened before, Ben Lei didn't have a good impression of Yu Funing. However, there wasn't even a hen in the entire guest house right now, so it might not be a bad thing to have someone like this taking care of Prince. When Ben Lei left the main hall, he just happened to see Lang Bingxin holding melon seeds as she walked. When he saw that it was this god of plague, Ben Lei ignored the wound on his leg and tried to run around her. Little attendant, where are you running to? Aren't you afraid of dying from blood exhaustion? A clear and melodious voice rang out from behind him. Ben Lei had no choice but to stop and slowly turn around, forcing out a smile. Boss, can you eat the melon seeds by yourself first? This lowly one suffered a bit of an injury today, so I really don't have the strength to eat them. Is that all right? Ben Lei looked towards Lang Bingxin pleadingly, his heart filled with regret. He shouldn't have begged Lang Bingxin to plead for him back then. The result of asking a tiger for its skin was that he would have to spend every day and night eating melon seeds for someone else without being able to eat them himself. Take it. Lang Bingxin handed over the melon seeds with an extremely serious expression. Ben Lei fell silent and reached out to take the melon seeds. Before he could react, he was already caught in Lang Bingxin's embrace. You, what are you doing? Ben Lei panicked. He had never been in such close contact with a girl before. Even if he had, it definitely wouldn't be in this kind of position. You're this young lady's person. Since you're injured, this young lady naturally won't sit by and do nothing. Don't worry. This lady has the best medicine for wounds. Once you've stopped bleeding, you can take this lady to find the pig that chopped you. See if this lady won't roast him alive. Lang Bingxin spoke with a sonorous voice. She was like a heroine among women, causing Ben Lei to be flabbergasted. Around the time of the 5th hour, Huan Heng, Helian Peng, Zhu Qin, Bing Pe, Ben Lei, and Lang Bingxin all gathered in the main hall of the inn. Everyone's faces were filled with worry. This old man has never heard that Great Chu had such an elite army before. Could they be the elite soldiers of the Iron Blood Army? Huan Heng twirled his white beard as he spoke solemnly. This marshal has also never seen this kind of fighting style. Although those soldiers' martial arts are average, when they fight, they have a kind of unafraid of death. They charge around recklessly and don't pay attention to tactics or strategies at all. I wonder who trained this army, but their willpower is a little too strong, right? In this aspect, Helian Ping felt inferior. Also, Ben Lei discovered that they don't seem to be afraid of pain. Even though they've been stabbed multiple times, there's not a hint of pain on their faces. Ben Lei feels inferior in this aspect. At the time, Ben Lei had always felt that he was a man, but after today's battle, Ben Lei's self-confidence had received a serious blow. Pain is a human's instinctive reaction. Aren't they human? At the side, Lang Bingxin spoke absent-mindedly, causing everyone to look at her. You can't say that, Ben Lei still admires them very much. No matter if they were friend or foe, soldiers who advanced bravely on the battlefield would always be respected. Lang Bingxin, why did you kick me? Ben Lei had just shut his mouth when he felt a sharp pain in his leg. He immediately grimaced and his face twisted. This young lady just wanted to demonstrate to everyone what an instinctive reaction is. It's like how everyone would open their eyes before getting out of bed. Of course, this is just this young lady's opinion. Everyone can disregard it. In any case, this young lady is only here to be a bystander. Lang Bingxin shrugged, then left the main hall under everyone's stunned gazes. Prince. Ben Lei endured the pain and looked towards Yi Junqing. Miss Bingxin's words aren't without reason. This prince believes that his martial arts aren't weak, so no matter what, he shouldn't lose to a vanguard. Also, this prince clearly remembers that my flame soul sword had already pierced that vanguard's heart. He shouldn't have had a chance to counterattack. Yi Junqing's brows were tightly furrowed. Since that's the case, what should we do if Jiang City declares war again tomorrow? Asked Huan Heng. Hang up the battle exemption sign for now. The most important thing right now is to first send people to capture the enemy soldiers and have the imperial physicians examine them. This prince also wants to know the reason why those soldiers aren't afraid of death. Yi Junqing's expression was grave as he waved his hand to indicate for everyone to withdraw. As for who would infiltrate the enemy forces, Yi Junqing had already thought of a candidate. The main hall fell silent. Yi Junqing placed a hand on his forehead and closed his eyes. Yao Moan's elegant and pleasant smile gradually appeared in his mind. Moan, Junqing won't disappoint you. Within half a year, even if Junqing dies, I'll drag Yi Hongyi down from the throne room. Chapter 5:12. Yi Junqing was truly too tired. As he thought about it, he fell into a light sleep. He only opened his eyes when he felt the cloak fall off his body. Fu Ning woke His Highness up. The gentle voice was pleasant to the ear. When Yu Funing saw that Yi Junqing had woken up, she pushed the bowl of osmanthus lotus seed porridge over. The imperial physician told Fu Ning that Your Highness is injured and shouldn't eat oily food. Thus, Fu Ning personally prepared this for Your Highness. Your Highness, please have a taste of Fu Ning's cooking. Yu Funing's eyes were burning with adoration. Miss Funing is a guest, so how could this prince allow Miss Yu to do this? Because of what happened back then, Yi Junqing had always kept a respectful distance from Yu Funing. Thus, he couldn't make a move on this bowl of porridge, even if he was really hungry. Now that Princess has passed away and Yao Moen isn't by Prince's side, Funing should shoulder the heavy responsibility of taking care of Prince. Yu Funing smiled lightly. This prince is fine, there's no need to take care of me. Also, Moen will be back soon. Yi Junqing deliberately emphasized the word Moen. So Prince is afraid that Yao Moen will misunderstand. But Funing didn't understand. What could be so important that Yao Moen had to leave Prince at a time like this? Does she not know how tense the situation is right now? Yu Funing was clearly dissatisfied with Yao Moen. Ahem. Moen's actions aren't important enough for outsiders to know. Also, the current situation isn't too bad. Junqing will take responsibility. Yi Junqing's voice gradually turned colder. He had originally thought that Yu Funing would tactfully leave, but Yu Funing just chuckled. Funing only said a few harsh words and Prince is already unwilling. It seems that Funing shouldn't joke around like this in the future. Ever since we escaped from danger in the Imperial City, Funing knew who Prince's thoughts were on. Funing has never been a clingy person. Now that father is working for Prince, Funing naturally hopes for Prince's well-being. This time, Funing came to Yuanyang City to take care of Prince's daily needs as a younger sister. Of course, that is if Prince doesn't feel that Funing is climbing up the social ladder. Yu Funing smiled lightly. Of course this prince wouldn't. When Yi Junqing saw how respectful Yu Funing was, he felt like he had forgotten himself earlier. If Prince still has misgivings, then Yu Funing can promise Prince that if Yao Moen returns one day, Funing will leave. That should be fine, right? Yu Funing saw that Yi Junqing still hadn't moved his chopsticks, so she added. There's no need for that. This prince really is a bit hungry. As Yi Junqing spoke, he picked up his bowl and began to eat in large mouthfuls. As Yu Funing watched Yi Junqing wolf down the food, she felt an unbearable pain in her heart. Yao Moen, Funing gave Yi Junqing to you, but is this how you take care of him? If he didn't cherish her, how could Funing bear to let go? When Yan Nanxing brought the captured soldiers to Yi Junqing couldn't help but raise his brows, then raise them again. He's dead? Asked Yi Junqing uncertainly. But it's strange. These people don't even know where I'm taking them. They've just left the camp and they've already swallowed the poison in their mouths. It's the same for one or two of them. Yan Nanxing shrugged helplessly. Then you can't capture a third or a fourth one. What use would this prince have for a dead person? Yi Junqing rubbed his forehead, completely speechless. What 3 or 4? This alliance head will capture them all, then have them swallow poison to kill themselves. By the time I got to the third one, they'd already be discovered. Said Yan Nanxing in displeasure. With your martial arts, even if they found out, they wouldn't be able to do anything to you, right? Yi Junqing realized that he was being too harsh and had even forgotten to show some concern for his senior brother, so his tone instantly eased up. Oh, only you guys have aero-explosive rats. They don't have any. This alliance head was already risking his life to bring this back. Yan Nanxing felt quite wronged. If they die, then they die. Let's see if Li Jun can find any clues. Yi Junqing was helpless, so he ordered someone to call Li Jun over. After close to 2 hours of careful inspection, Li Jun finally opened the medicine box and walked over to Yi Junqing. How are they? Are they normal? Asked Yi Junqing doubtfully. Replying Prince, this person died from the red crane crown poison. He's been dead for 4 hours, reported Li Jun respectfully. Anything else? Asked Yi Junqing. Anything else? Nothing else. Li Xuan looked up with a confused expression. That's all you found out in 2 hours? Yi Juanqing's expression instantly turned ugly. Prince. This subject is Great Chu's best imperial physician. Not just anyone can find out what poison he's been poisoned with in 2 hours. Li Xuan felt that Yi Juanqing's words were belittling him, so he emphasized this point. Ahem. This prince didn't mean it that way. It's just that aside from the fact that he died from poison, you didn't discover anything strange about his body. Yi Juanqing still didn't give up. Forgive this subject for his shallow knowledge, but aside from that, this subject didn't discover anything else. If Prince wishes to know something else, please ask someone else. As Li Xuan spoke, he turned to pick up the medicine box and walked away. This imperial physician has a really bad temper, commented Yan Nanxing. He's one of Yao Moan's people. Yi Juanqing was already used to this. Then he's pretty good. Yan Nanxing corrected his previous comment. After the results were fruitless, Yi Juanqing and the other generals all frowned in worry. Yuan Yang didn't dare to fight for 3 days in a row, and now, the general of Jiang City's garrison, Fan Hu, was calling for a fight again. Prince, why don't we have Ben Lei go out and fight and beat him into a pulp? Fan Hu's curses were truly unpleasant to hear. Ben Lei couldn't take it anymore and requested to go out and fight. Being rash will only ruin things. Right now, Fan Hu's subordinates all seem to be on steroids. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they can fight 1 against 10. If we go out and fight now, we'll only be getting beaten up and sacrificing our subordinates for nothing. Huan Heng didn't approve of Ben Lei's idea. But we can't keep hiding like turtles. Also, if they decide to attack the city, then we can only fight, said Ben Lei indignantly. Old General Huan is right. Before we find the enemy's weakness, we can't fight. As for attacking the city, Old General Huan, General Helian, you guys have to work hard for the next few days. Split into 2 groups and pay attention to the enemy's movements at all times to prevent them from attacking the city at night. Those monsters don't need to sleep. Yi Juanqing sighed heavily. Right now, he could only drag things out 1 day at a time. Inside Myriad Imperial City, Yao Moan was bored to death as she carried the iron pickaxe. Perhaps because everyone had lost interest in brown rice porridge, Grandpa Chiao changed the rules of the game. The person who dug out scrap metal would get 20 jade scepters. Thus, Yao Moan stopped digging for jade scepters and started digging for scrap metal. Yao Moan, someone's looking for you. Under the golden tree, Yao Moan was in the middle of digging when she saw Grandpa Chiao call out to her. He was dressed in clothes made of silver pieces. Under the sunlight, Grandpa Chiao's entire body reflected a dazzling light, forcing Yao Moan to avert her gaze. Who's looking for me? Yao Moan tossed down the iron pickaxe and walked to Grandpa Chiao's side. Warm Jade Pavilion is waiting. You'll know when you see for yourself. Grandpa Chiao thought that Yao Moan would leave after saying that, but Yao Moan actually stayed even more energetically. Grandpa Chiao. Yao Moan couldn't look at Grandpa Chiao directly, so she lowered her eyes and called out to him. What is it? Grandpa Chiao looked towards Yao Moan in annoyance. If you still dare to wear these clothes tomorrow, then Moan will dare to live in Myriad Imperial City for the rest of your life, said Yao Moan firmly. Then she quickened her steps towards Warm Jade Pavilion. It wasn't that she was afraid of Grandpa Chiao getting angry, but that the bright light was hurting her eyes. Meanwhile, inside Warm Jade Pavilion, Feng Yu, Lei, and Dian had been waiting for a while. When they saw Yao Moan, they all came forward to report. Feng Lin kowtows in salute to Master. Reporting to Master, after Feng Yihan returned to Daki, he specially assigned 300,000 soldiers to Feng Lin. He also ordered Feng Lin to hand over the commander's seal for these 300,000 soldiers to Master. As Feng Lin spoke, he took out the commander's seal and respectfully placed it in front of Yao Moen. Master, Emperor Xia has also dispatched 100,000 soldiers to accompany Lightning. This is the commander's seal for the 100,000 soldiers. Lightning also handed over the commander's seal. Master, King Lulan has also dispatched troops to meet up with us. This is the commander's seal for Lulan's 10 people. As Lightning spoke, he handed Lulan's commander's seal to Yao Moen. How many people? Yao Moen rubbed her ears and asked again. 10 people, but King Lulan had this subordinate bring this to Master. All of the expenses of this allied army will be recorded in Lulan's account. The number of people is a bit small, but there's enough money to spend, added Lightning. Cough cough, Ben Gong still doesn't quite understand. What are they trying to do? Why are they giving Ben Gong the commander's seal? Yao Moen looked at the commander's seal on the table. No matter how she looked at it, it felt like a hot potato. Replying Master, King Qi's intention is that Yi Hongyi and Nameless actually dared to kidnap King Qi. This is a matter that angers both man and God. If Yi Hongyi isn't taught a lesson, King Qi won't be able to swallow this anger. If it weren't for the fact that Great Qi's affairs are tied up, King Qi would personally lead troops to attack Yi Hongyi, said Feng Lin. Then why didn't they just give the commander's seal to Yi Junqing? Why did they send it here? Yao Moen didn't believe it. This subordinate doesn't know. King Qi has instructed that the commander's seal is only effective in Master's hands and it can't be transferred. In other words, these 410 soldiers will only listen to Master, explained Feng Lin. It can't be. What does this mean? Yao Moen looked at the commander's seal on the table and smiled bitterly. It means that Master must leave 10,000 Imperial City and return to Yuanyang to meet up with Prince. Master, this subordinate has another matter. I heard that Prince suffered a loss at Yuanyang at Fan Hu's hands and seemed to have been injured. Yu Er looked towards Yao Moen meaningfully. Fan Hu. It can't be. What a boorish fellow. Yao Moen was slightly shaken when she heard this. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable concern. This subordinate asks Master to quickly return to Yuanyang. Feng Yu, Lei, and Yen didn't miss this opportunity to cup their hands and beg. Yao Moen looked at the 4 people in front of her and felt rather helpless. Did she have any other choice? That night, Han Genie entered Warm Jade Pavilion with a bottle of jade nectar that had been stored for 100 years. This Supreme Lord knew that you would leave, but I didn't know that it would be so soon. In another 10 days, this wine will be 100 years old. What a pity. Han Genie walked over to the table and slowly sat down in front of Yao Moen. He casually placed the completely red jade pot on the table. Under the illumination of the candlelight, Han Genie's brows were like peaks and his eyes were as bright as the stars. When he smiled, the world dimmed, the sun and moon lost their light, the river of stars flowed in reverse, and the candlelight was extinguished. Just as all the candlelight in Warm Jade Pavilion was extinguished, the jade pot suddenly burst forth with a beautiful 7-colored light that lit up the entire Warm Jade Pavilion like a starry sky. So beautiful. Yao Moen felt that she had seen many rare treasures, but she was still shocked by the scene in front of her. Her eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. It's a flash in the pan, but it makes one not regret it. Looking at Yao Moen's exceptional appearance, Han Genie's gaze deepened as he muttered to himself. What is the Supreme Lord saying? Yao Moen was focused on the beautiful scenery in front of her and ignored the deep emotion that flashed through Han Genie's eyes. Drink, don't go home until you're drunk. Han Genie picked up the jade pot and personally poured a cup for Yao Moen. Yao Moen was naturally overwhelmed by the favor and wanted to return the gesture. However, Han Genie didn't give her the chance. Today, I'll let you be a big boss. If there's anything, don't hesitate to instruct this lowly one. Han Genie laughed straightforwardly. When this laughter landed in Yao Moen's heart, it caused slight ripples. Chapter 5:13. Thinking back to the first time she met Han Genie, he was just like a crow. Right now, Han Genie was like an eagle spreading its wings in Yao Moen's heart. Under his wings, Yao Moen felt warmth. At this moment, Yao Moen actually felt that Han Genie was the most handsome man in the world. Even Yan Nanxing couldn't be compared to him. Why are you looking at this Supreme Lord like that? Aren't you afraid that this Supreme Lord will eat you? Sensing Yao Moen's gaze, Han Genie coughed lightly. Then are you going to fry and eat? Or cook and fry and eat? Yao Moen said very seriously. Thus, that night, they chatted and reminisced about the embarrassing events of that time. They really drank until they were drunk. The next day, when Yao Moen woke up, she saw that she was lying on the bed with the blankets covering her properly. She vaguely remembered that someone had whispered something into her ear last night. As for what it was, Yao Moen couldn't remember. Yao Moen still looked back every 3 steps until she walked out of 10,000 Emperor's City. Yao Moen, once you leave this time, don't come back. Master Chow pulled Yao Moen's hand and said sincerely. Moen still feels that it's better to say goodbye to the Supreme Lord in person. Yao Moen didn't care what Master Chow said and was about to barge in. There's no need for that. The Supreme Lord drank too much last night and hasn't woken up yet. Master Chow saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately shook off Yao Moen's hand and made a gesture of invitation. If he hasn't woken up, Moen can wake him up. Yao Moen felt that this matter wasn't hard to resolve. Yao Moen, don't force me to release the dog. Master Chow bared his teeth and revealed an ominous glint. Master, let's go. Behind him, Yor slowly walked forward. She knew that Master definitely couldn't bear to part with Supreme Lord Han, but she also didn't want to see Master lose himself because of a moment of emotion. It was true that Han Genie was very good, but Yuan Yang wasn't bad either. After Moen leaves, you have to take good care of Supreme Lord, do you understand? Yao Moen instructed Master Chow. I don't need your nonsense. Master Chow snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand and ordered everyone to return to 10,000 Emperor's City. Then, he fiercely closed the golden door. Yao Moen's eyes became wet as she looked at the golden door. She stayed silent for a long time before turning to leave. Only after Yao Mo left did that black robe appear at the city gates. The sky was overcast and the autumn wind rustled. Heaven and earth had become bleak because of the sorrow on Han Genie's face. What entered one's eyes was sorrow. Supreme Lord, if you have to make a decision, then make a decision. If you don't, then make a decision. Master looked at his master with pain. It can't be broken. What should we do? Han Genie took a deep breath. The curve of his thin lips revealed a hint of sadness. The snow fell silently, like, Fan said, and said, he, I, Master, the one. In the end, Yi Junqing still went out to fight because Fan Hu's insults were too harsh. He said that Yao Moen was fickle, dissolute and cheap, that she was ungrateful, that she had the heart of a wolf. In any case, he insulted everything that was harsh. Yi Junqing swore that he would personally pick out Fan Hu's tongue and feed it to the dogs. When Yi Junqing went out, Ben Lei, as the vanguard, naturally took the lead. As the two armies engaged in a chaotic battle, Yi Junqing's army of 30,000 was almost completely annihilated by Fan Hu's army. At this time, the vanguard that Fan Hu had sent, Dihua, stabbed his spear into Yi Junqing's right arm. Almost at the same time, Di Hua's head was sent flying. Retreat. The fact that their commander had been chosen had no effect on the soldiers. They only cared about killing with all their might. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, as if they were soulless zombies. They only cared about fighting forward. When they returned to Yuanyang guest house, Yi Junqing fell to the ground. Prince. Ben Lei hurriedly helped Yi Junqing onto a chair and ordered someone to call Li Juan. At this time, Yi Junqing had already fainted. Li Juan, how is Prince? Ben Lei panicked when he saw Yi Junqing's pale face and the sweat on his forehead. Don't worry, Ben Lei, Prince has only fainted temporarily. Perhaps it's because he's been overworked these past few days. The weather suddenly changed 2 days ago and the wound on his right arm also caused Prince to faint. That's why he fainted. It's no big deal. This old man will concoct 2 doses of medicine for Prince. I guarantee that Prince will wake up in 2 days, promised Li Juan. What? 2 days? Can't it be faster? Li Juan's medical skills were looked down upon once more and he left speechlessly. Once Ben Lei helped Yi Junqing into the room, Yu Funing walked in like a ghost. Prince, I'll stay here. You can leave. Yu Funing was holding a basin of warm water with a towel next to it. Ben Lei hesitated for a moment but could only leave. After all, this was something women were supposed to do. He couldn't do it even if he wanted to. It was already late at night and the wind blowing in through the window was as cold as ice. Yu Funing shivered, then turned to close the window. When she turned back, she heard Yi Junqing talking in his sleep. Moan, can you come back? Every day without you feels like a year for Junqing. When Yu Funing saw that the handsome face on the bed was getting thinner and thinner, she slowly wrung out the towel and placed it on Yi Junqing's forehead. If you could fall in love with Yao Moan, why couldn't you choose Funing back then? If Yao Moxin wasn't the only one, would Funing also have a chance? Yu Funing smiled bitterly. Even though she knew the answer, she couldn't help but give herself a sliver of hope. The first snowfall of winter lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. By the time Yao Moan led the 400,000 troops to Yuanyang, she was already exhausted. Yao Moan handed the 400,000 troops to Helian Peng and ordered him to prepare clothes and good food for the allied army. She also told Huan Heng to increase the quality of food for his own troops as well. She also told him to write down all the expenses so that he could use it as proof to get money from King Lulan. Yao Moan's appearance caused Huan Heng and Helian Peng to be exceptionally excited. Of course, the reason they were excited wasn't because of Yao Moan herself, but because of the 400,000 troops and the boundless wealth she had brought. However, Ben Lei was truly overjoyed. In front of the residence, Yao Moan, Feng Yu, Lei, and Dian had just entered when they saw a carriage speeding over. Subordinate Yin Shui kowtows in salute to master. After a month, Yin Shui had recovered from her injuries and asked around for Yao Moan's whereabouts. When she found out that Yao Moan was in Myriad Imperial City, she left Great Shu with Ting Yu. Later, when she found out that Yao Moan had returned to Yuanyang, they changed directions and hurried back without stopping. At this time, Yin Shui was respectfully standing in front of Yao Moan and cupping her hands in salute. Her voice was filled with unconcealable excitement. How are your injuries? Are they better? At that time, if Yin Xiong hadn't been there, she really wouldn't have felt at ease leaving Yin Shui in Great Shu. This subordinate has failed in her duty and wasn't able to protect Master. These past few days, Master has suffered. As Yin Shui lowered her eyes, tears flowed out. Without waiting for Yao Moan to speak, Ting Yu had already rushed over while wiping her tears and threw herself into Yao Moan's embrace. Nyang Nyang, how could you sneak away by yourself? Don't you want Ting Yu anymore? Whoa! Yao Moan felt a bit guilty when she saw Ting Yu crying herself into tears. Back then, she didn't tell Tingyu because she was afraid that she would pester her to go along. She didn't know if she would survive this trip, so why should she drag her down with her? After the master and servant sighed with emotion, Ben Lei finally dared to step forward. Master, when you weren't here, this subordinate sent Fluffy and Jewel to Yao Tu's place to take care of them. Ben Lei was still very afraid of Yao Moen. When he spoke, he would look at Yao Moen's expression from time to time. After all, he wasn't sure if Yao Moen would suddenly remember his rude words back in Great Shu. Is Yao Tu doing well? When Yao Tu was mentioned, a trace of warmth welled up in Yao Moen's heart. Master, don't worry, Yao Tu is doing well, reported Ben Lei truthfully. Prince doesn't know that Master has returned. At the side, Yue lifted her brows and looked towards Ben Lei when Yi Junqing hadn't appeared for a long time. When Ben Lei heard this, his mind buzzed. When Yao Moen saw Ben Lei's strange expression, her brows creased slightly. Something happened to Prince. On the way, Yao Moen had been constantly adjusting her mentality, but even now, she still didn't know what kind of expression to use to face Yi Junqing. That's right. When Prince fought Fan Hu yesterday, his right arm was injured by one of the vanguards. When he returned, his body wasn't feeling well and he fainted. However, Li Jun said that Prince is fine and only needs to rest for 2 days to recover. Master, Ben Lei has already tidied up your room. You must be tired from the journey, so Ben Lei will take you back to your room. Ben Lei's attentiveness made Yao Moen feel that something was off. Let's go see Prince first. Now that this consort has returned, this consort should at least give him a greeting. When something was off, there was definitely something wrong. Ben Lei was right. When he heard that Yao Moen wanted to go, Ben Lei immediately blocked her way. Master, you've already been on the road for 3 days and 3 nights, how about you move aside first? If you don't move, this consort will have Yin Shui help you. Ben Lei's reaction confirmed Yao Moen's suspicions. Under Yin Shui's and Fing Yulei Diane's furious glares, Ben Lei could only move to the side. Yao Moen glanced coldly at Ben Lei, then followed a servant to Yi Junqing's room. Those who abandon you, yesterday's days can't be kept. Since Yao Moen doesn't know how to cherish it, why doesn't Prince give Funing a chance, and also give yourself a chance? On the couch, Yu Funing's jade fingers stroked Yi Junqing's hair as she slowly leaned over. The moment the door opened, Yu Funing's lips had just brushed past Yi Junqing's thin lips. When she saw who was at the door, Yu Funing expressionlessly folded the towel at her side and placed it on Yi Junqing's forehead, then tucked him in. For a moment, Yao Moen was furious. She even felt as if the anger in her chest was about to burst out. However, in the next second, she endured it. Then she slowly closed the door, turned around, and left. It wasn't until she heard Yao Moen's footsteps gradually getting further and further away that Yu Funing let out a long sigh. She's back, but Prince, if she really loves you, why didn't she rush in just now? This matter has become interesting. Yu Funing used the tip of her finger to rub her cherry lips as she reminisced about that kiss. By the time Yao Moen returned to her room, her expression was already as dark as the bottom of a pot. Your Highness, how are Prince's injuries? Asked Tingyu when she saw that her master's expression was unsightly and assumed that Yi Junqing's injuries were extremely severe. Call Ben Lei over for this consort, ordered Yao Moen coldly. Given Tingyu's experience, she instantly guessed that someone was going to be out of luck. The result was just as Tingyu had predicted. The moment Ben Lei entered the room, he was swept away by Yao Moen's hurricane-like aura. Afterwards, she even used a groundless crime to punish Ben Lei with 20 strikes and had Leng Bingxin supervise the punishment. Everyone thought that it was because Ben Lei had spoken rudely back then, which was why he got into this trouble. However, Ben Lei knew very well that Yao Moen probably didn't remember what happened back then. In the end, this flogging was all Yu Funing's fault. It was a pity that Ben Lei had to suffer in silence and couldn't say anything about it. Chapter 5:14. Inside the room, Ben Lei silently lay on Lang Bingxin's bed, his expression wooden as he stared straight ahead. His gaze was dull and lifeless. He suddenly felt wronged. There was a saying that Master had abused him hundreds and thousands of times, yet he treated Master like his first love. Could Master really not see his loyalty? That's where you're wrong. Didn't Yu tell you beforehand that Master was coming back? Why didn't you tell Yu Funing? On the bed, Lang Bingxin was very attentively applying medicine for her little attendant, her tone faintly tinged with tenderness. Lang Bingxin, if Ben Lei dies, there won't be a second person in this world who will crack melon seeds for you. Ben Lei's raspy voice sounded extremely miserable. That won't happen. Being able to crack melon seeds for this miss is a blessing. There are so many people lining up for this chance. Lang Bingxin didn't think much of it. Lang Bingxin. You have no conscience. Ben Lei was instantly enraged. When he turned over, he felt a sharp pain in his lower leg. I know. Next time when Master punishes you, this miss won't just stand by and watch. In reality, Lang Bingxin had already saved Ben Lei a lot of suffering by being the supervisor. This is bad. One mountain can't accommodate two tigers. In the future, it'll probably be hard for this inn to rest. After Ben Lei received Lang Bingxin's guarantee, he lay back down on the bed with a worried expression. No wonder Master would hit you. Even if it was this miss, you definitely wouldn't be able to keep your tongue. When she saw Ben Lei's sinister gaze, Lang Bingxin shrugged and continued applying medicine. What did I do wrong? Asked Ben Lei hatefully. One mountain can't accommodate two tigers, but in front of Master, Yu Funing is just a female cat with slightly sharper fangs. Tiger. She's not even worthy of that. Ever since Lang Bingxin had started following Yao Moen, her admiration for her had increased day by day. This was especially true when Yao Moen personally led 400,000 elite soldiers and received King Lulan's full support. This kind of heroine had never been seen before. When Yi Junqing saw Yao Moen, she was in the hall discussing the matter of Jiang City with Huan Heng and Helian Peng. Marshal Yao means to forge a full set of armor. But an army of 1,000,000 soldiers requires 1,000,000 taels of gold. Huan Heng agreed with Yao Moen's suggestion, but 1,000,000 gold taels wasn't a small amount. Although Mang Yuan had plenty of supplies, it still wasn't enough. Old General Huan, there's no need to worry about money. Moen has already sent a messenger pigeon yesterday, hoping that King Lulan can think of a way to send the gold to Yuanyang within 10 days. Now that the gold from Mang Yuan has been sent to the barracks, old General Huan's responsibility is to search for blacksmiths. In truth, Yao Moen felt that there was no need for every soldier to have a set. Just 500,000 sets would suffice. However, she would be struck by lightning if she didn't take this kind of free money. Marshal Yao's idea is good, but if Fan Hu attacks the city again in the next 2 days, how should we deal with him? Yao Moen's appearance seemed to have given Huan Heng and Helian Peng a life-saving straw. In their most helpless moment, what else could they do other than grab onto this life-saving straw? Thus, Yao Moen had unknowingly become the backbone. The beginning of winter has arrived. Even if you pour water on the ground, it'll freeze. Tonight, I'll have to trouble General Helian to lead the troops to pour water outside Yuanyang City. The more the better, said Yao Moen lightly. Marshall's plan isn't bad, but when we go out to battle in the future, won't we also be stopped by the ice? Huan Heng's eyes were filled with worry. He felt that Yao Moen was trying to quench her thirst with poison. Old General Huan, you must be joking. Tell Moen, how can someone wearing golden armor that weighs several dozen kilograms fall on ice? Yao Moen smiled faintly, her eyes bright. This old man is muddle-headed, muddle-headed. Huan Heng smiled brightly. Also, have Zhu Qin go with you when you're forging the armor. If we can change the shape of the arrow explosive rat and put it into the armor, it'll be able to attack the enemy at a short distance without injuring itself. That would be the best. At that time, no matter how powerful Fan Hu's army is, they'll still be made of flesh and blood, said Yao Moen meaningfully. Marshal, don't worry. We'll go do it right away. After Huan Heng and Helian Peng got up, they bowed respectfully. When they turned around, they finally noticed Yi Junqing, who had been standing at the entrance of the main hall for some time. Prince, how are your injuries? Asked Huan Heng worriedly. They're fine, replied Yi Junqing lightly, his eyes never leaving Yao Moen. At this time, Helian Peng tactfully pulled Huan Heng out of the room. Moen, you've returned. The moment Ben Lei told Yao Moen that he had returned, Yi Junqing wanted nothing more than to fly to the main hall. However, the instant he saw Yao Moen, he didn't know how to face her. Yao Moen was the same. At this time, the two people inside and outside the door silently looked at each other. Yao Moen suddenly felt like she should say something, but before she could open her mouth, there was someone who didn't know what was good for her. Prince, it's cold today. Why didn't you put on a robe before coming out? Your body is weak to begin with, so if you catch a cold, how will you be able to endure it? As Yu Funing spoke, she draped the robe over Yi Junqing and tied it even more intimately. In reality, Yi Junqing felt that it was his 20 years of formal education that had harmed him. Otherwise, he definitely would have ripped off the robe and pointed at Yu Funing's nose to warn her not to meddle in other people's business. Even if he froze to death, she wouldn't need to spend money to buy toilet paper. However, Yi Junqing could only think about it, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Since Prince isn't feeling well, you should return. It's all the same with this marshal here. When Yao Moen saw this, she immediately restrained the joy of reuniting after a long time and spoke coldly. Marshal. So Miss Moen has become a marshal. But was Miss Moen conferred this marshal title by Prince? Or did Miss Moen call it that just for fun? Yu Funing's cherry lips curved slightly, her tranquil smile containing unconcealable ridicule. Moen is leading the allied army of Qi, Xia, and Lulan. It's not Prince's turn to confer the position of marshal. In principle, Moen has returned this time to assist the esteemed prince as the commander-in-chief of the three armies. Of course, there's no need for the esteemed prince to thank Moen. Killing Yi Hongyi is also Moen's duty. I've thought about letting someone else do it, but now, there's no need. When Yao Moen saw Yu Funing's hands on Yi Junqing's arm, the nameless anger in her heart burned her. A woman being marshal truly is a first in history. Funing admires you. Funing will only be able to support her husband and teach her children her entire life. Even if she dies of exhaustion, she still won't be able to stand on equal footing with Prince. Yu Funing's words seemed like praise, but they were actually sowing dissension. This was the first time Yao Moen had tasted suffering in silence, but she couldn't think of anything to retort. This prince isn't feeling well. I'll be leaving first. Yi Junqing's eyes dimmed, then he turned to leave. When Yu Funing saw that Yi Junqing was getting further and further away, she gave Yao Moen a strange smile before turning to chase after him. Master, Yu Funing is being too arrogant. This servant will help you vent your anger. Behind Yao Moen, Tingyut spoke up angrily. Arrogant? Which part of your words sounded arrogant? If you go looking for her right now, people will definitely think that this consort can't tolerate her. At that time, who knows how high she'll have to climb to find a bamboo pole. Yao Moen took a deep breath as a trace of disappointment and frustration flashed through her heart. In reality, Yu Funing's words weren't without reason. When a woman sat in a high position like hers, even if there was a man who admired her, he should still keep his distance. After returning to his room, Yi Junqing sat down at the table by himself. He held a warm teapot in his hands in silence. "Prince, you just woke up not long ago and haven't eaten lunch yet. Funing will prepare it for you right now." Yu Funing was very satisfied with Yao Moan's reaction. It had to be known that in this era where men were superior to women, it wasn't a good thing for a woman to ride on a man's shoulders. Especially since the man in front of her wasn't a normal man. As a legend on the battlefield, Yi Junqing had his own pride. If someone couldn't make him proud, then how could he possibly find that person pleasing to the eye? Just as Yu Funing felt that the first battle had been won, Yi Junqing suddenly looked up. "Miss Funing. If this prince remembers correctly, you seem to have said that if Yao Moan returned, you would leave." How could Yi Junqing not know what kind of person Yao Moan was? Forget about being a marshal, Yao Moan was even qualified to be an empress. Back in Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan's every step had caused him to gasp in amazement. It was a pity that such an exquisite person was born a woman. Prince wants to chase Funing away. Did Funing do something wrong? Yu Funing's heart shook and her eyes became misty. The one who lost was clearly Yao Moan, so why was she the one who had to leave? This prince doesn't mean that, this prince just feels that. There were some things that really couldn't be said directly, but if he didn't say it, Yi Junqing felt that his future situation would be very bad. Prince doesn't need to feel that way. Funing is a reasonable person and also understands Prince's intentions. However, Funing simply wants to take care of Prince's daily needs. As the younger sister, Funing has a clear conscience. Other than Prince, if there was a second person in the residence that wanted Funing to leave, Funing definitely wouldn't stay a moment longer. Yu Funing stared coldly at Yi Junqing, making him not dare to meet her gaze. In reality, Yi Junqing was also feeling very guilty about chasing Yu Funing away for no reason. Since Yu Funing had spoken, Yi Junqing started to work hard. When it was time for dinner, Yao Moan didn't go to the main hall to eat. In Yao Moan's words, capable people do more work. Since Prince had fallen, she had more responsibilities. As a result, Yi Junqing's dinner was tasteless. When Yu Funing saw Yi Junqing put down his bowl and chopsticks, she was just about to walk over when she heard Yi Junqing impatiently call Ben Lei over. "It's getting late, Miss, you should go rest." "Have Ben Lei help this prince back to the room," said Yi Junqing hastily, then dragged Ben Lei out of the main hall. As Yu Funing watched Yi Junqing's figure disappear into the night, her lips curved into a sly smile. At this time, Tingyu walked in with small steps. "Did you need me for something?" Tingyu's attitude wasn't friendly, but Yu Funing's face was beaming with happiness. She reached out and pulled Tingyu into the room. In the rear garden, Yi Junqing looked towards Ben Lei with a serious expression. "Ben Lei, tell me, how has this prince treated you these past few years?" asked Yi Junqing solemnly. "Prince, if you feel that Ben Lei has treated you well, then don't make things difficult for Ben Lei. Ben Lei can't say anything about master. Don't you know that Ben Lei was raised by a stepmother? After suffering countless punishments, Ben Lei had finally learned to be wise and protect himself instead of being blindly loyal to his old master. It's not Moan. This prince wants you to kick Yu Funing out." Yi Junqing felt that this matter wasn't that hard for Ben Lei to bring up. "Prince, you're not kind. Yu Funing has been taking care of you day and night these past few days, but in return, you're so heartless. It's not uncommon for you to get rid of the donkey once it's out of the millstone." When Ben Lei heard this, he immediately spoke up for Yu Funing. "Ben Lei, did you take your medicine? This prince is telling you to kick Yu Funing out. Yu Funing, you should know that your master doesn't really like her. Yi Junqing never expected that Ben Lei would speak of such righteousness at a time like this. Master never said anything like that, but for Prince to say something like that, Ben Lei blushes with shame. Ben Lei shook his head with a pained expression. Blushes my ass. Scram. Yi Junqing fiercely pushed Ben Lei away and stormed off. Only when Yi Junqing was far away did Lang Bingxin walk out of the shadows. Ben Lei, did you just struggle out of a rhinoceros horde? Lang Bingxin lifted her brows as she looked towards Ben Lei with an expression of disbelief. You don't know, but Yu Funing came to look for me during the day. She said that her existence isn't to fight with Master over Prince. On the contrary, it's only because of her presence that Master would feel a sense of danger. Otherwise, Master would think that no one wants Prince. At some point in time, Ben Lei's trust in Lang Bingxin had reached an unprecedented level. You actually believe that kind of nonsense? Lang Bingxin glanced at Ben Lei and called him an idiot in her heart. You don't understand women. In any case, I feel that what Lang Bingxin said is reasonable. With her present, Master and Prince will quickly tie the knot, said Ben Lei firmly. Oh. Then we'll just have to wait and see. Lang Bingxin snorted disdainfully. Oh right, if Prince asks you to kick Lang Bingxin out, you can't agree. Instructed Ben Lei. Can't agree. If Yi Junqing dares to look for this young lady, then this young lady will immediately grab Yu Funing by the hair and throw her out. Said Lang Bingxin coldly. Then before Ben Lei could persuade her, she had already started to leave. However, what Lang Bingxin didn't expect was that after Yi Junqing went around looking for this young lady, even Auntie Tian who was sweeping the floor, he didn't look for her. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.